is requesting that we dismiss this case. So at this time, that is the action that is being requested of the board.
So just so that we're clear, the applicant no longer wishes to build this structure.
They no longer wish to build a structure that would require the variance. I believe they still plan to move forward with a detached garage, just not one that would require any approval from this body.
Okay. All right. Mr. Palmer, Mr. Dasta, do you have any questions? And if you do, I'll need to swear you in so you can both speak.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Dasta, can I ask you to, I can't see you, but you need to raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear to tell the truth? I can see you. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And what is your concern in this case?
My concern is, like, when we were at the board hearing in March, there was mention of whether it was the zoning board or the city was concerned about 3 and 4 car garages being built in the back of some of these plots that don't support them, especially here in Brookside. And the garage that they are going to build is going to be an 800 square foot garage. It's going to have 5 cars that can fit in it. It's going to be larger than half of the size of their backyard, and the rest of it's going to be pavers. I mean, that is not a little garage. I mean, I get it meets city code or whatever, or it was eventually going to meet.
Excuse me.
It doesn't seem like it fits in the scope of the neighborhood. And there's been a fire on this block where garages went up and a tree went up, and this garage is going to be in the middle of 2 garages, a shed next to a house, and a big tree. So if there's a fire, I am majorly concerned about that. And the runoff from this property is already bad, and it's going to get worse. So and we've had, in this neighborhood, we have combined sewers. And so all this, there's houses that have backups into their houses because of all that. And all this is going to do is create more runoff and more water into the sewer system, even for the water they get down to the sewer system, into the stormwater system.
So, Mr. Dasta, today, unfortunately, with the applicant withdrawing their case, we lose jurisdiction. We really have no authority to do anything but accept that dismissal. Everyone has a right to dismiss their case. If they build something there, there are some limitations, and if they don't comply with those and the city finds those, then they'll be back in front of some entity of the city, maybe this board, maybe some housing enforcement court. I don't know how that will go. So at this point, we don't have anything to do other than dismiss the case. So I would tell you, you need to watch what happens, and then you'll have to act accordingly.
And I get that. I just didn't know if there is some process in the future, whether it's obviously not even just my house or my property. It seems like some of these allowances there needs to be something that looked at a lot differently. Somebody ought to not be able to put that big of a garage on this plot of land. It's a 50-foot plot of land that's going to have a 42-foot wide garage. It's 15 feet wider than my house. So
yeah, again, I think that, if you want to talk to someone within the codes department, they can explain to you what the maximum size that could be placed there. They can explain that to you. So if you want to reach out to Jamie or someone down at the codes office, they can explain to you what the limitations are.
Okay. Well, how in the future do those would they be the same people that try to get them changed for future people?
You would have to amend a code, and that would take city council and involvement.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, we're an appointed board that enforces the zoning ordinances. We do not write them or amend them. Okay.
That's fair, Teresa. I'm just trying to understand this. It's been kind of it's a bad process right now. I'm going to get half of a garage out of this, so I'm really not too enthused about the whole situation. So
I understand your frustration. We're a board of limited jurisdiction, so people often misunderstand our role.
I understand. I'm just making mention of, I don't know where to go at this point to who to talk to. I'm just trying to get some ideas of it.
Well, you might talk to your city council person and you can ask the codes folks, just reach out to them, okay?
Great, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Palmer, do you want to speak or did Mr. Dasta cover it? Okay, hearing nothing further, do I have a motion to dismiss this matter?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second from either Ms. Mixdorf or Mr. Stiller?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Mixdorf. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 2, case number 5, with an address of 6700 Elmwood Avenue. Is the applicant online? If so, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, I'm going to promote the applicant. There's two persons associated with the applicant team, Eric Piper and Laura Butler-Wesh. I'm going to promote them right now. And they should be able to, Eric, you should be able to speak and be seen.
I see
Any moment.
Eric. I see Laura as well. I mean, I see their squares. I don't see their faces. Oh, there they are together. I see you both.
It's Laura and Gary.
Eric.
Yes.
Oh, Gary, I'm sorry.
Gary, yeah.
Oh, Gary. Okay. Laura.
But there is another party.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
Eric Piper is on, I think. Olofu.
Eric Piper, and then he's with Michael Blackledge.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can. Yes, I see you, gentlemen. Okay. Let me do this. I want all of you to state your full names for the record, so that the court reporter can get your names and the spellings of your names, please. So I don't know who wants to go first. The Butler side, you want to go first? Each of you state your name? Yes. You're muted, ma'am.
Sorry.
That's okay. Try again. There you go.
Laura Butler-Wishy.
Gary,
Okay. Would you both please raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
yes.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Piper and your group, could you please identify yourselves, please, by stating your names?
My name is Eric Piper with Piper Wind Architects. Our address is 2121 Central Street, Suite 143.
And I'm Michael Blackledge with Piper Wind Architects as well.
You said Michael Blackridge?
Blackledge.
Oh, Lackledge. That's why this is hard to understand. Okay. All right. Can you both gentlemen raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else interested in this case that's not connected to the applicant online? Please raise your hand.
I don't see anyone raising their hand, Madam Chair.
Okay. Hearing no other interested parties, we will proceed with this case. To the applicants, there was a list of administrative exhibits that go with this case. Are we going to hear this case today? This is not a continuance request, correct?
Yes, we'll hear this case today.
Okay. And there are administrative exhibits. There's a staff report that was published, and I'm having a hard time finding that document. Olofu, how many administrative exhibits do we have?
Hang on me. It's just the standard 11, but let me just double check.
Okay.
You have 8 listed, Olofu.
Oh, 8.
Is that,
Okay, 8.
is that what you have? Okay, thank you. Okay, so there's 8 administrative exhibits that are listed at the end of the staff report. Those are items connected with your case today. Do you have any objection for the board to review those as we take your case into account? I need a yes or a no.
No objections.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Those 8 exhibits, administrative exhibits, will be admitted. And Olofu, would you make the presentation for the board? And then folks will have questions for you. All right?
Yep. Before I start, Madam Chair, I don't know if Lisa did send out an amended staff report yesterday.
She did. Now that you say that, I'm trying to find that back because it's not in my list. I'll pull that up as we're talking. And then I'll have the right one.
Yeah, we were able to work with the applicant late yesterday and reduced the conditions by about 3. So
Okay. I now have that one in front
you
of me.
do?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't find the right one. I forgot about that. Yes, I got it.
I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. And is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay, this, members of the board, Madam Chair, this is Olafo Agbaji City Planning and Development. This case is a mansion in the park bed and breakfast. And the case is SUP 2020-00005. The case is located where my arrow is pointing, Kano, in the center of the city. It's located just right next to the zoo. So you can see 435 on the east, Bruce Watkins on the west, and just right at the zoo. This is an aerial picture of the site, and you can see Starlight Theater to the north of the site, and then the overall zoo grounds for the east. And this is Elmwood and 67th Street on the north, and one of the main access into the zoo goes through here. So all the grounds north of the site is owned and under the jurisdiction of the Parks and Rec Department. This is a view of the site looking east with the zoo in the foreground, Starlight Theater here, and then this is the site. Again, this is the site at the southwest corner of East 67th Street and Elmwood. It's a 9-acre site. As you can see, there is an existing pond. Quick highlights on this. The applicant currently has an STR for short-term rental, which is Airbnb, and they would like to apply today for a special use permit to operate a bed and breakfast out of their home. This is the old Van Noy mansion. This is the Van Noy mansion, not the old Van Noy. It is still the Van Noy mansion. So 9 acres, has a lake, has a carriage house, 3-story house. It's on both the Kansas City Register of Historic Places and the National Register of Historic Places. So it has a historic designation. Again, they want an SUP for B&B to allow for 7 rooms. Again, it's a historic property. Of the 7 rooms, the first floor will be operated or lived in by the owner, who will be the operator of the B&B, the owners. Second floor will have 3 rooms, and third floor will have 1 room. They plan and intend to operate 2 rooms out of the carriage house, which is located at this. This is permitted subject to 88-320, which B&B standards and conditions. So going through that real quick, A says the establishment must be operated by the owner or manager of the dwelling unit who lives on the property. They will live on the property. At least 1 off-street parking space must be provided per 2 guests. Because it's a historic reuse of a historic structure, they do not require parking, exempted from parking requirement because of the historic nature. But they do have adequate parking though. They do meet the code, even though they do not require. The building in which the bed and breakfast is located must have a minimum floor area of 3,000 square feet. They have about 10,000 square feet, so they do meet those. The bed and breakfast may not contain more than 8 rooms. They are only proposing 7 rooms. Food services may be provided for resident guests only. And where it comes into where staff and where the ordinance does get some teeth is a bed and breakfast establishment may not be leased or offered for use as a reception space, party space, meeting space, or for other similar event space to non-resident guests. And they are allowed to have 1 sign. So Based on that, this went to City Plan Commission back in May 5th, and we've been working with the applicant to take care of all the outstanding issue. Staff's recommendation was for approval, and the City Plan Commission's recommendation is for approval subject to the 9 conditions, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Piper, are you making the presentation? Would you like to explain this application first to the board?
There was some feedback. I'm sorry. What was that?
I said, Mr. Piper, are you making the presentation for the applicant today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and would you like the board to hear anything in addition to Olufo's presentation?
Really not, Madam Chair. As you look at the conditions of the report, we would like to ask for a modification to condition number 7.
And what is that modification you're seeking?
The condition number 7 in the staff report states that the developer shall submit an analysis to verify adequate capacity of the existing sewer system as required by Land Development Division prior to issuance of a building permit to connect private system to the public main. And depending on adequacy of the receiving system, make other improvements as required. It says may be required, a little bit of a mistype there with respect to grammar. We understand the, logically, there is no change anticipated in terms of the number of plumbing fixtures in this facility. We don't anticipate any modifications to the sewer system because of that. Logically, we understand that perhaps if a building permit is required for any interior renovations to the carriage house, that they would want to review that. We are uncomfortable with the last part of that paragraph that says, and depending on adequacy of the receiving system, make other improvements may be required. We're uncomfortable that that's a little open-ended and could perhaps be construed as giving the planning or the Land Development Division the latitude to have us do major sewer repairs along 67th and Elmwood all the way down to Gregory, which is a long ways away from their property. And so we would just ask the BZA to consider striking the last few words starting with and depending, and leave the rest of that paragraph. Strike the words and depending on adequacy of the receiving system, make other improvements may be required. We're uncomfortable. We think that's a little bit open-ended. Other than that, we agree with the staff's report and the conditions that they've placed on this property, on this SUP.
Okay, Ms. Piper, thank you. Olufu, can you explain what the phrase "depending on the adequacy of the receiving system" make other improvements? Maybe, yeah.
It's a standard condition for when you are generally when you're doing improvement, say you were building an apartment complex, or you're doing an addition whereby you're bringing in more capacity into the system. We want to make sure that we are able to, that the system is able to sustain and hold your proposed improvement on that lot. And as he's pointing out, they are not making any improvement. They're not putting an addition to this building. They're not increasing the number of toilets or rooms or units. The SUP only allows up to eight rooms, and they are going to use 7. And all the rooms are existing, all the toilet facility are existing. The assumption that say they were putting in another addition to get up to say 10 more rooms, then we'll make sure that our sewer, the city's infrastructure can handle that additional capacity that they're bringing on board. But with this SUP, they are not going to do any addition. No proposed addition to even the site exterior is proposed at this time. So with that, they feel they should not be encumbered with making any improvement to the downstream, system, since they're not doing any of those. So if you remove that, what they'll submit to the department will be an analysis of what their use is by changing the current residential home to B&B, which is a quasi-commercial use. That makes sense.
It does. So you're not opposed to us striking that last phrase that they're asking us to strike? Excuse me.
No, if and when they come, say they decide to do an addition or build a larger facility there, at that point they'll be coming for another permit or another, probably a development plan, and we will capture it at that time and make sure they do that. So.
Okay.
But with this SUP, they are not going to put any more into the system than it's already going into the system. So we do not need to put that burden on them.
Okay. Does the board understand that explanation and have any questions either for the applicant or for staff?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
The second item, I see item number 7, and then we were looking at the last portion of a paragraph. I'm not finding that. Would you?
So number 7, what Mr. Piper said is from the, and, I think he wants it to end at the word sewer main and then remove the phrase and depending on adequacy of the receiving system, make other improvements may be required. That's how it reads. That's what he wants to start, that phrase.
Oh, and all of that is in paragraph
7. It is the last, paragraph 7 is actually just a sentence. And so that's the last part of the sentence.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this request for special use permit.
Madam Chair, and in case number 5, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report, with the amendment to condition number 7 to strike out the end of the sentence, starting with the word and reading, and depending on adequacy of the receiving system, make other improvements may be required.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki, but however, I think you said case number 5. We're on case number 2, or is that right? Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're right. It is case number 5. It's item number 2. I'm sorry. I'm following you. I apologize. Yes. So I do have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated.
Okay, let's move to our next case, which is docket number 3, case number 139, with an address of 4000 Northeast 100th Street. If the applicant is online, please raise your hand to be recognized, as well as if you're an interested party in this matter and wish to give public testimony, please raise your hand.
I have promoted a Mr. Salvatore Caladrino. The applicant, he should be permitted to speak. I also see a David Dobbins, who I will be promoting to allow to speak.
Mute it and video it.
Someone's sharing their screen and I can't,
It's me. I'm sharing the screen for the PowerPoint.
Okay, all right, okay. Hold on a second. Shu, is this your case? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back to my other docket so I can get back to where we were.
Do you need me to stop sharing the screen?
Just for a minute so I can see everybody. Do you mind? Just give me a minute and so we can get everybody sworn in, because I can't see everybody's face when you do that. Yeah, that's great. Just 1 second. Okay, so can I have, where's the applicant? I think I've lost the applicant now. Oh, there I see. Yes, Mr. Caladrino. Can you put your microphone on so I can hear you? Take it off mute, please.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you state your name for the court reporter, please?
Salvatore Calandrino.
And Mr. Calandrino, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Also present, I think we have, was it James Walton or Mr. Dobbins? I see a James Walton. Is that a staff person?
Yeah, that's a staff person.
Okay. Is Mr. Dobbins still online? I don't see him anymore.
Yes, I'm online.
Oh, there you are. See, people move on my screen. Thank you, Mr. Dobbins. Are you here in support or opposition of this application?
In opposition.
Okay, so I'm gonna let them present, but why don't I go ahead and swear you in so we take care of that now? Would you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is David Dobbins. I live at 10045 Northeast Staley Road.
Okay, and if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so we'll hear from the applicant first, and then Mr. Dobbins will be back to you. Shu, why don't you present this case, but first let's talk about administrative exhibits before you start. To Mr. Calandrino, there is a staff report that was connected and created as a result of your application. At the bottom of that report, there are 12 administrative exhibits. Is that correct, Shu?
I believe so.
And those are items that have to do with the case. Mr. Calandrino, any objection to those items being admitted so the board members can review those today as we hear your case?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I only see 9 exhibits listed.
Oh, you do? I must have the wrong case.
Yeah. Is that right, Shu?
That's right.
Let me double check.
Because I have item number 3, case number, and I have.
No, there are 9. I'm sorry, Teresa. There are only 9.
Okay, hold on. Then I must have a. Oh, these are misnumbered. I am now finding out why this is not working. 1 minute. Let me.
The footers at the bottom, I think, are off on some.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Let me get to the right one. I apologize to everybody. I just wasn't picking up on this. Now I'm there. Okay. All right. So for the record, yes, I agree with you that there are 9 administrative exhibits, and that since there's no objection, let's admit those 9 exhibits. Those will be admitted. And then Shu, if you would make your presentation, and then we'll have questions for the applicant as well as the gentleman here in opposition.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen for the presentation.
Okay.
Here, 1 second. This case, you've heard about it before, so I'm just going to refresh your memory really quick. It is a variance application. It is located in the Northland. More specifically, it is located to the southwest of Northeast 100th Street and the North Staley Road. North Staley Road is aimed to be a parkway in the future, which is not built or expanded currently. So this property is located on a corner lot with a large backyard and have a creek going through it. So it does have a limitation to the rear yard of itself. It has a large topography change, and it is a large portion of it is located in the floodplain. So here's the view looking north from Northeast Staley Road. The subject house and the site is located on your left hand. And this is the view looking west from Northeast 100th Street. The subject site is located on your right hand. And again, this is a floodplain map that indicates nearly half of the lot is in the 100-year floodplain and floodway. So the applicant proposes to build an accessory structure which exceeds the allowable square footage. And I have to revise I apologize, I need to revise the staff report that there are 2 variants requested. The first one is for the front yard setback. I'm sorry, this accessory building is not exceeding its square footage. It's the front yard setback, which is doesn't comply with the code. The minimum front yard setback is 120 feet because the accessory building has to locate it no closer to the right of way than the principal building. So the principal building is located 120 feet from the right of way. So the minimum front yard setback for the accessory building will have to be 120 feet. They are proposing a 90 feet front yard setback for the accessory building due to the limited location and the floodplain and the topography change. So a variance amount of 30 feet is requested here. And the second variance, which is for the building height, staff will propose to remove this variance because in District R80, the successor building can be built up to 35 feet in height. So the proposal is in compliance with this requirement. I have a video quickly showing the surrounding. Here's the view looking at the subject side and house. And slowly turning west, and that's Daly Road. And looking east, south, and back to the property. Last time this case was continued, it was due to a potential violation case on this property that there was suspicion about a business running off this site, which is not allowed in this zoning district. However, staff has investigated and closed the case. There's no evidence found for the violation. So therefore we can move forward. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Caladrino, what do you want to use this accessory structure for? And why does it need to be placed closer to the front yard than allowed?
So it needs to be placed closer to the front yard than allowed because there's no other spot on the property that would support that building. And so what I'm basically using it for is just my toys. I've got golf carts, four-wheelers. My son's got four-wheelers, just all kinds of stuff. We have no basement in our house. It's just an older house. So I just want to use it to store it. And we've got, our house, there's no storage upstairs either. So I just want to use it to like store all kinds of my items.
Okay. Is this building, I'm looking at the diagram, is it up on like sort of stilts of some sort?
No, that's just the picture how it shows it. Like those go into the ground. So it's not on stilts. Okay. It's just, those are like, I forget what it's called, but like those are the posts like where they would go into the ground, and it just kind of shown like a 3D of it.
Okay. So this building to be constructed, should the board allow it, would be flush to the ground. There would be
yes, it'd be a normal building. And like I said, I'm just using it to store like that table that's sitting on my porch, my cars, my four-wheelers, golf cart, all kinds of things that I've got some finished mowers out there that are sitting there I want to put inside.
Okay. And staff, there's no issues with the square foot of this building or the height at this time. Is that correct, Sue?
That's correct, due to the size of the lot and the zoning district.
And I remember we had an issue about our concern about the business being run. And so I'm glad to hear that has been resolved. Do board members have questions for Mr. Caladrino? Okay, Mr. Dobbins, I'd like to hear from you then, sir. What's your objection to this structure as presented?
Well, I presented staff with a PDF document that I believe has been amended to your report that goes into some detail about what my concerns are. Is it possible we could display that?
I believe she's pulling it up now.
Okay. Well,
has this been marked as an exhibit? It should be. Let's mark it as exhibit. Is it 9? Are we to 9? Is that correct? Or
this will be the 10th exhibit.
Okay, 10. Okay.
It has not been marked.
Okay, let's mark this as exhibit 10 and I will admit it so Mr. Dobbins can present it to the board. Okay, Mr. Dobbins, go ahead.
If we could go on to I believe it's the third page of this, the next one after this, if we could. Okay, the variance request staff has indicated it's a variance of only 30 feet. And in reality, if you'll move on to the next sketch, you'll see that to the next page, please. One more, please. And one more. Okay, you'll notice that when it's laid out according to the limited information that was in the application, and given the size of the building, there is approximately a 30-foot offset from the house to the corner of the building that showed, I approximated that at 45 degrees based upon the applicant's sketch. By the time you add in the additional width of the building, And if you'll go to the next sketch, you'll see that the entire building falls within the no build area for the future parkway. The parkway dimensions based upon the city's website is that the standard parkway width is 200 feet. So I've measured that out 100 feet from the center line of the existing alignment of Staley Road. And, oh, I'm sorry, I'm one sketch ahead. This is the no build ordinance. Basically says nothing can be built in front of the house. If you can go to the next one, there you go. There's the actual right of way for the future Shoal Creek Parkway. And you'll notice that it lays out and it basically bumps right up against the front of the building where the applicant is proposing to build it. So not only are we within the 120-foot no build zone for a parkway, but we're also going to be, it's also going to butt right up against the right of way for the future parkway. Now, my concern about that is, as a property owner directly across the street, when the parkway alignment is determined, either that building is going to have to be demolished, or they're going to push the parkway over farther onto my property, consuming more of my land. And I just don't think it's fair, but for having to get this variance to build this building as he's asking to do it, it is impacting me and my neighbors on either side. If we could go to the next page, please. There is a space to build a building that is not in the floodplain, that does not require variance. And I've highlighted that area behind the actual structure. You'll notice that in the alignment from the front face along Staley Road and the face along 100th Street, there is almost room to put this large 2,000 square foot building within that area and still not have to have a variance. I would question the size. Granted, I have no legal reason to question the size, but it is 2,000 square feet. And if you could move to the next photo, please, the next page. And one more, just to give you an idea of the scale of this building. Now, this is a little 3-acre lot, half of which is not currently in the half of it is in floodplain. And it looks like something happened to my document in the translation. But basically what I was trying to show here is we're all familiar with the size of an over-the-road truck trailer. They tend to run 53 feet by about 9 feet. With the exception of about 3 feet, you can fit 4 trailers inside this building that he's talking about building to support an acre and a half of property, basically. Or you could say 3 acres if he wants to support the floodplain. I maintain 5 acres across the street with a building about half this size. Plus, I operate by hobby out of that, restoring old sports cars. So granted, I can't tell him what size building to put up, but it seems to be really large to be being used for the purpose that he's asking for. If you go to the next picture, please. In addition to being able to fit 4 tractor trailers across in the footprint, the clear height inside is 18 feet. That's basically 2 stories inside. And quite frankly, that would be a pretty big golf cart to be putting in there to require 18 feet of clear space. We're talking about, just to get a size of the scale, this isn't a little shed. This is a big building that I could argue would be considered industrial in nature. We can go to the next picture, please. You'll see that the side doors, there's a door on either side. They would be on the north and south side of the building, are 12 foot by 12 foot based upon his plan. A standard residential garage door would be 7 or 8 feet tall. So you're talking about, if you look at the roof, the ceiling inside your house, if it's an 8-foot ceiling, the top of the door is 4 feet taller than even the ceiling of that room would be that you're in. So we're not talking about a door that you would be using to drive 4-wheelers in and golf carts and that sort of thing. This is a very large structure and a very large door. I don't see any indication that there are any windows. It looks to me like there's no overhang on the north and south side. So it appears to be and a very small overhang on the east and west side, except for the 6-foot overhang that was omitted from the original application dimensions. And so we're talking about a very large building here. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you go back one, Ms. Wood? Back to the side view. There you go. And I realize that this has been removed. Variance number 2 has been removed for the height. But last time we were here, we were told this building was only 18 feet in height, and which was not correct. The building actually measures out to be, by my calculations, about 26 feet tall. So we're talking about a building that is 40 foot or 46 feet on the south side, 40 feet on the north side, and 50 feet long on the east and west. So this is a very, very large structure. And putting that within the right of way for the parkway, especially where he wants to put it, which would be right up against the right of way of the parkway, is going to detract from the nature of the parkway and the parkway standards that we're trying to promote in Kansas City. If we could go on to the next slide, page, please. Ahead again. We can skip over this item since its staff, I think, has indicated that that's no longer is a concern, but we are talking about a 26-foot tall building, not an 18-foot tall building. Next page, please. Okay, and this is basically just a summary. We're talking about it violating the setback ordinances, and saying it's 90 feet, there's only a 30-foot violation really is immaterial. The ordinance does not allow any building between the face of the house. So by, first of all, saying it's 30 feet is incorrect because the building itself is 40 feet long or 40 feet wide, plus the 30-foot offset from the house at a 45-degree angle. So it is well is great, much greater than 30 feet that we're talking about located just to the parkway. And I mentioned before the could result in future demolition or future loss of a great deal more of my land when the parkway comes through. I don't believe this will be aesthetic in nature. It's all metal. It's gray and gray, no windows that I can see. And it's basically just going to be this big gray cube down there right off of the parkway. The size of the building, I realize you don't have control over that, but I think it should flavor your consideration of what the use of the building might possibly be. Could you go to the next page, please? As staff has indicated, the applicant was investigated to see if they were operating a business out of this location. There was business equipment located on the site. Although he wasn't cited for it, the business equipment was there. If you could go to the next page, please. That's a photo that I took in February of this year, showing his turf boss trailer in the back. You can see the snowplow in the front, as well as I believe, I cannot prove this, but these may be contractors, they may be employees. I don't know, their vehicles parked there. Next page, please. In the first hearing, he stated that the purpose of the building was he had security concerns about his business equipment, and then met with a little pushback from the committee. And I think has since indicated that that he's not going to do that. And he has included to the investigators who were investigating whether or not he was operating a business out of there. And he's amended his application with a note saying he promises not to put any contractor equipment in there. Well, I'm not quite sure what that means and what kind of teeth a statement like that would actually have. But it, past performance is a good indicator of future performance. He has signed a short-term lease to store his trailer and his truck at a facility, but it was on a month-to-month lease only, which is exactly what I would do if I were anticipating a building come along in sometime in the near future. Then if we look at the next page, that on May 13th of this year, a for sale sign appeared in his front yard for this property, and I'm concerned that while he may refrain from using such a large building for a business, that a future owner would not be so restrained. And we would be put in the position of having to prove that they were operating a business out of there and try to stop it after the fact. Next page. The application shows a driveway connecting to Northeast Staley Road. As the staff video showed, there's a blind hill right there. I often have to make that, well, I've been there for 30 years. I have to make that left turn from 100th Street onto Northeast Staley Road. And given the speed of the vehicles that come down from Staley High School, many of them are high school students, I have had to slam on my brakes before when I make my stop at the stop sign and make my left turn, and they're flying over the hill fast enough that I've been hit. I've nearly been hit several times. His driveway would be located even closer to that hill, so the reaction time would be even lower. I'm afraid we may have some serious traffic incidents occurring right there. And especially since his building shows two doors, one of which has a driveway on it, I would have to believe that the nature of the design of the building is for drive-through. So that would indicate that there may be a future driveway appearing on the other side. Next page, please. I brought up some issues that are not necessarily excluded by code, such as the size and the nature of the building. But I'm pointing to this code section 88305001B, indicating that the building should be subordinate to the nature of the property. And a large building like this, in industrial nature, just does not seem to be subordinate to a residential use type property, especially if half of it is in a floodplain, which may not even need maintenance at all. An acre and a half and a property at 2,000 square feet, 26 foot tall building, just for me, it doesn't pass the smell test. Next page, please. If you didn't have to build such a large building, there would be no need for a variance at all, because as I showed on a previous drawing, there is an adequate space that a small building could be built behind the house that would share the existing driveway, would seem to me to be a better design that would allow easier access in and out. The view from the existing driveway is much safer. You can see up and down 100th Street. You can see up and down Staley Road. There's much less chance of somebody pulling out and having an accident there. So these are my concerns. I would respectfully request that these be taken into consideration as you vote on this. And I would be happy to answer questions or amplify anything that was in my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbins. Any questions for Mr. Dobbins from board members? All right, and Mr. Calderon, I'm gonna let you, I'm sorry, Calderino, I'm gonna let you have the last comments, but I do want to clarify before the board would vote on this case, I do believe we had a required quorum. In my docket map sheet said there was none, so I didn't address that at the beginning of the hearing. So I will need to make sure who heard this case so that I think the board members that are here heard the case. I just need to make sure that those right board members vote on this case. Okay, so we'll try to clarify that before we take a vote.
You want me to tell you now?
Sure, if you know, Lisa.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's from February 11th. Otto, Kelleher, Osborne, Stiller, and Abbott.
Did Ms. Mixdorf or Mr. Banuki also hear the case, however?
Ms. Mixdorf did. Yes.
I'm sorry, who did?
Mixdorf.
Okay, so the quorum then is Otto, Kelleher, Stiller,
Ebbets,
and Mixdorf, because Mr. Osborne is not here and he has resigned from the board. Okay, so we have 5. Good. I assumed we did. I just wanted to make sure. All right, Mr. Calderon, can you take yourself off mute, please? Do you have any rebuttal to that? And then we'll make a decision.
Yeah, so a few things I have to say is, one, there's a future parkway that there's no plans set for. So I mean, we can't base our life off of what might be, you know. So with that and the picture that he's shown as well, the building wasn't in, although it might have been right next to it, it wasn't in it. And so I mean, I think that yes, he might not like that my driveway is going to be right next to his driveway, but I mean, it'll all be fine. And furthermore, on the back side of my house, there isn't a spot to put this building. There isn't a spot to put any building. There's not. I mean, how the ground runs, where the creek's at and everything, it's just that's the only plausible option for me. And as far as the concerns with the height or the size, that's not a concern because it's in, I mean, it's what's allowed on R80. So the only thing that I'm really requesting is where the position of the building that I'm allowed to have, but through hardship of the floodplain and everything like that, I can't put it anywhere but that spot, unfortunately. If there was another spot I could put it, I would, but there's really not.
I have a question for staff. So in the application, there's a document that's called legal description, and you see the site and you see yellow and blue on it. Where does the floodplain start on that document?
she'll have to push it back. She'll have to show the flood document. Yeah, right there.
That's it. Yeah. So my question is where does the floodplain start? So is the blue the start of the floodplain?
Yes.
The yellow portion is where the floodway is, and where the blue lines over there is 100-year floodplain. So typically that means they have 1% chance to get flooded every year.
Okay.
It's just a way.
So okay, thank you, Shu. So Mr. Calderon, Reno, my question is why can the structure not be pushed more to the east? I'm sorry, the west.
Back towards the building?
Back toward the house, yeah. Because isn't the setback from Staley Road, isn't that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, so that's the front. So the problem is okay, so the front of the house is right where the building would go. So everything back through here is a floodplain. On the other side of the driveway, everything around, and it slopes down like this. And the creek is washing away. I mean, it's all from the back of that house. Do you see, like, if you go back to that picture that you were just at, I believe it's, I want to say, yes. Okay. So do you see where it looks like there's a line of grass behind the house? Almost there's like a little line closer to the house, and then it goes to dirt. From there on, it slopes down into the creek. So there's not a spot to put it.
Madam Chair, may I be allowed to speak at some point?
Yes. Is that who's that?
Mr. Dobbins, yes.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Dobbins.
Well, the reason that shows that it's a cleared area is because it was cleared and grubbed after Mr. Calderino purchased the property. He has also leveled off an area over there on the east side, the west side of the driveway. And so as you can see from my sketch, you can see where a building would be capable of being put. There may be a small amount of grading that would have to be done, but he's already done some grading on the west side. There's no reason why that grading couldn't be done in that area behind the house. And I purposely left approximately a 10-foot offset per code between the house and the area that I was proposing. But if you look at the size of it, it basically go ahead two more, I think one or two more pictures, you'll see it. Yeah, there you go. You can see that and I tried to align this. I actually overlaid the applicant's site plan with my drawing when I created that shape. So regardless of whether he believes that he could put the building there, it's not in the floodplain in that area that I'm talking about. That lines up with the line and the other drawing.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Calderino?
No, all I can say is it would not be able to go there. It's my land. I know how it's laid out. I've been on it. I've tried to put it back there. They actually said no. I tried to put it to the left. They said no. And the option was to obtain a variance for the spot that we put it in. Would have been the best choice. So that's why we did that.
Okay. Board members, any questions?
Calderino, Mark Evans. Mr. Dobbins has a good point. Why are you selling the property?
I'm not selling the property.
So the for sale by owner, just a joke?
No, it was just kind of like when frustration with everything that was going on and the whole COVID thing and everything like that, but I'm not selling it.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller, go ahead.
In the little chat button we have here, there's a comment from James Walton. I don't know where that came from, but I would like to hear more or some explanation about what he's telling us here.
All right, Mr. Walton, can you unmute yourself and explain your comment to the staff, please? I mean, to the board, please.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, you're kind of faint. If you could get closer to your microphone.
Understood. Thank you. My name is James Walton. I'm calling, I'm basically involved through the stormwater utility. Mostly I was trying to point out that there is a stream buffer ordinance per 88-415 that can have some limitations here as well. There is an outer zone within that for regulatory areas that are part of the stream buffer. This portion of floodplain that is along this property is one of those regulatory reaches. So there is a requirement for the blue area that was discussed earlier as the 100-year. That is essentially the middle zone of the stream buffer for this location. And there are requirements within Chapter 88-415 that controls how you would go about designating an outer zone. That is essentially an area that is a buffer that tries to protect the area close to the stream. That outer zone, I believe, has a 75-foot minimum, but there may also be there may be options in there that can allow it to be narrower. I apologize, this is not an area that I'm an expert on, and there may be other parties on the city development side that could assist further, but mostly the point is simply that the stream buffer does apply to this property, and that can have some additional restrictions on how the land might be used in terms of structures.
Thank you. Mr. Walton, did I swear you in earlier today?
You did not, and I apologize. I can do so now.
Yeah, let's do that so that we have that testimony sworn. Would you raise your right hand? Do you,
yes,
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so swear, and I have done so.
Okay, so your prior testimony was under oath. All right.
It was.
Okay. So if I understand, Mr. Walton, what you're saying is that there's likely some area beyond the blue that would be protected under the code to prevent building.
That is my understanding of how the outer zone would apply.
Does anybody on staff have an idea better than Mr. Walton what that area might be?
Like Mr. Walton mentioned, we don't really know exactly the slope. So we don't know exactly where the outer zone will be. But the satellite does show like the color of the change of where I believe is a topography change. So there should, and the contour does show like a pretty steep slope down there. So I would believe this area is probably, this brown area you see on the satellite map, it's probably somewhat restricted, but I don't have an accurate information on it. But staff do have concern about the future right-of-way coming in as this accessory structure is being very close to the parkway, the potential parkway. So one thing staff did not mention earlier and the applicant did not provide is a landscape plan that we want to make sure if a building like this size is coming in closer to the right-of-way on the parkway than the principal building, then staff will require a appropriate landscape plan. Just if it is granted.
Mr. Calderino, I'm one board member, and you'll hear me say that if you've ever been before the board before, because I'm one person, one vote. I don't decide this case. I just run these meetings and keep us going. But my concern is that while we don't control the size of the building that's allowed in this zone, we do have to take into account the setback. And I have some concerns about this future parkway area, as do staff, and that comes with the property. So that's something that was known when you bought this property. So that may, because of that, that's what the setback is all about. It could limit the size of the building. Would you consider reducing the size of the building to allow it to stay there?
I mean, I could if I had to. Could I move it towards my house, I guess, more or up or?
Well, if you have room to move it away, so you have a greater setback, that would be helpful. But You know, you just
What-
testified that you couldn't move it. So
What-
now I'm concerned about why you can.
What size would I have to make it? No, I'm talking up, but I see what you're saying now.
I cannot imagine they would
That
be
wouldn't make any difference.
of allowing this right on the Parkway right-of-way line, period. Even if this guy plants trees, they're not going to be on his own property, they'd be on the park's right-of-way, period.
Is that, Ms. Knoll, is that you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was sending, I didn't realize I think my cat unmuted me. I'm sorry.
I was trying to understand if you were speaking to us or not, because I couldn't quite hear you.
My question was simply, has Parks weighed in on this?
I don't know. I mean, I am concerned. That's why, you know, we need to get to the bottom of this because, you know, you have to stay some distance. And so, again, Mr. Calderino, I'm one board member, but I'm not inclined to grant this because I have a grave concern that you are building something too close to the Parkway.
Right, and so I guess my question would be from the view on, I think it's number, maybe not 19. I can't really see the slides, but it doesn't show it. So that's this
The
one,
yellow,
yes.
yeah, the
20.
yellow one, yeah. So it shows that it's right next to that. And
So I mean, how far off does it have to be? I mean, if it's not in it.
If I may speak, Madam Chair, the ordinance doesn't allow it to be any closer than the front face of the primary residence. So whatever that distance is the offset required by city ordinance.
Well,
And
That
another
is-
thing I might mention as well, when we were talking about the slope of the property, he has leveled that area. If you look to the left of the driveway, he has cleared and leveled that area. I think in anticipation of the original location of this building, and then face some opposition, I think, to putting it over there. So if slope figures into that, that area over to the west of his driveway is fairly level. He's leveled it himself. And so it was being prepared as a drive or as a location for the building, it appears. And looks like it may be an ideal location to put it there and share the same drive.
Already asked. It's in there.
so again, and we need to move this to closure because we have several more cases to get through today, folks. And we try to really just allot 15 minutes for each case. I know that seems like a short amount of time and I'm not cutting you off, but I'm trying to keep people moving here. Mr. Calderon, it's time for me to ask the board to vote on this. Before I do that, I guess I have concerns with staff if the Parkway, if this has been, Ms. Knoll's comments are what my concern, has this been evaluated by all the proper parties within the city? I don't know who can speak to that.
So Mark Ebbets here. I agree with you completely. I think we don't have enough information, or at least I feel I don't have enough information to vote on the case based on these setbacks with Parks and Recs and Boulevard standards.
Shu, has everyone looked at this that we believe should? Is there someone missing?
So for stream buffer, typically we'll have either James Watten's department look at it, and as well as Land Development Division, LDD Permit Division, and in our department to look at it. And then for parks right of way, typically we will have park look at it as well. But for this case, I believe we didn't have all of them weigh in.
So I think that's our problem. I think, Mr. Calderino, we can vote on this today. I don't know how everybody will vote, but I've heard 2 members already voice concerns. So if we go forward, you might get a negative vote. The one thing I guess, I think having the park people weigh in on this is important because I think this issue has to be resolved. Because I'm not sure you can build anything there, unless it's to the side of your house and it matches the side of your house. It's sitting back that far.
Okay, so even if we decided to make it a smaller building, it wouldn't matter.
Well, today I have enough concerns that I would not I'm one person, but I wouldn't be able to support that because I am concerned that you do not have the ability to do this because of the right of way and the future construction of that parkway. So, I mean, we can give you a continuance and you can continue to work with the city to see if there's something smaller or at a different location for my purposes. I don't know what the board members are going to say, but you have that right, or we could vote on this today and make a decision. What would you like to do?
So who would be in charge of looking at it, or?
We would continue this case for another couple weeks. You could work with Ms. Woods and the parks people could weigh in on this and determine their take, and they would then give us a recommendation.
Okay.
And Mr. Caladrino, Mark Ebbets here again. So, and maybe you'd want to consider moving the building, as I'm looking at this photo, to the left or to the west. I believe that direction is. So we don't need to give you so large of a setback. It is a rural area. I get that, but it just seems like you're too close to the boulevard, and I'd want you to move it back a little bit. But I'm just one person.
So what you're saying is maybe I should put it on, like, so, do you see where the driveway is?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so as you're looking at this picture, are you talking about the left side of the driveway forward?
I don't think the board minds where it is on your property as long as it's not in the setback. You see what I'm saying? What we're trying to do is get you out of the setback.
For the parkway?
Correct.
Yes.
Which is the yellow line, right, that I'm touching?
The yellow, it's the, yes, Staley, right. So it has to be back from that.
Only yours and not his.
So is the parkway only coming on my side of the street? Is it not taking half of his property?
The graphic that I provided shows only half of the parkway. The other half would be on the other side of the street. It's a 200-foot wide right of way.
I think if I understand what Mr. Dobbins is saying, and again, I can't speak to the accuracy of that. Someone from staff might have to do it, but I think what he's saying is the yellow strip that you see there, Mr. Calderino, will be
right.
Will be an equal size on his side, starting at the center line of the road.
Okay. Okay. And so and basically your guys' concern is that my building is touching the 100 feet mark, allegedly, from what the picture that he's provided.
Madam Chair, if I might say, I don't think that is your concern. Your concern is not that it would be touching it, but it would be violating the setback from the front face of the residential property.
That's why we're here for a variance. So then I guess I don't understand.
Well, again, without the park, here, this is where we're here. The parks personnel have not given us their opinion on this. So we do not, I'm listening to Mr. Dobbins. He could be correct. I don't know because I haven't had someone from city verify it. But if he is correct, then your barn structure, that's what I'm going to call it, would have to sit back and not be any closer to the yellow line than the edge of your house. So it would have to be completely behind your house.
You could not go there.
So then.
So Mr. Calandrino, basically you have to work with me and we will involve a staff from the Parks Department. Whatever Ms. Dobbins is showing here is a conceptual area for the future parkway, but we don't know exactly where the future parkway's right-of-way will be. It might be a linear straight line, it might not be. And so the staff who decides where exactly the right-of-way is will be the park staff and work closer with Public Works. So we don't really have that information right now to say yes or no, your building is or is not within the right-of-way. But what Mr. Dobbins' point is, no matter you are or not within, of course, you should not be within the park's right-of-way. Even though you're not within the park's right-of-way, it's still not ideal because theoretically, the Park Boulevard standards require all the accessory buildings to set further than from the right-of-way than the principal building.
Okay.
So that's why I'm suggesting to you, sir, that you continue this for 2 weeks, work with Ms. Woods and park staff and determine if there's another location and then bring
Okay.
it back to the board in 2 weeks. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Oh, is it 2 weeks or July 14?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
July
I'm
14th,
still
next
thinking I'm meeting every 2 weeks. I've been on this board for too long, 20 some years, so I apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. We're into July. So what's that date?
July 14, Chair Wallado.
Do you wish to make a motion, Mr. Ebbets?
And sorry, my screen went dark. Is this
It's
case number
it's
3?
case number 139.
Okay. Excuse me, in case number 139, I recommend we move this to the July 14 docket with no fee.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second from one of the panelists on the quorum?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Mixdorf. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to July 14th. We'll see you then. Thank you both.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next case, which is docket number 4. The case number is 6. The address is 1101 Northwest 108th Street. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand for staff to identify you.
I believe the applicant is not online. The applicant requested a dismiss of this case.
Okay. Is there anyone else online interested in this case? Raise your hand. Hearing no other comments or seeing any other hands raised, I would entertain a motion to dismiss this case.
So moved by Kelleher.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is dismissed. Then we can move on to docket number 5, case number 10, with an address of 503 Berry Road. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand. Jamie,
I am promoting Chris Klein to panelist. If there's anyone else, please raise your hand. I thought I saw 2, but I just see 1 now.
And Jeff Levac, I've promoted him.
Oh, great.
Okay. Gentlemen, can you both hear me, Mr. Levac and Mr. Klein?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I can't see you. Oh, I see Mr. Klein. All right. Mr. Levac, do you have video today? Okay, if not, do you wish to speak? I can't hear you, Mr. Levac. Okay, Mr. Klein, is he with you?
No, he's not with me, but he was planning to speak. I think I just saw you muted his.
Mr. Levac, can you speak now? See if I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Okay, this is just
All right.
a challenge. Okay, so gentlemen, I need to swear you both in. And would you both raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Klein?
I do.
Mr. Levac?
I do.
Thank you. Was there anyone else of interest on this case online? Please raise your hand, either to oppose or support. No one else is raising their hand. Is that correct, Jamie? Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected to the application today?
We have.
Okay, if you would look to the last page of the report, beneath Ms. Wood's signature, there are 8 administrative exhibits that are connected to this case. Any objection to those being admitted for the board to consider this afternoon?
I have no objection.
Okay, those 8 exhibits will be admitted. Among those, we have a presentation. Is that correct, Shu?
That's correct.
Okay, would you like to proceed with that, and then we'll hear from the applicants?
Sure.
Okay.
This case in front of you is a special use permit for a gas station located in the Metro North Shopping Center area. I believe everybody is familiar with Metro North. It's basically off 169, North 169 and 152. More specifically, this location, the subject site is located on the south side of Barry Road, and also located between the North Jefferson Avenue and the North Dornering driveway. It is right across the way from the Olive Garden and more famous, probably the current Macy's. Here's the view looking at the subject site. Here's a view looking north from the subject site. And again, this is where the Olive Garden is, and right in front of you is Barry Road. This is a view looking south from Barry Road, and this is the subject site. The subject site currently has an existing commercial building on it, which was abandoned years ago. It was a restaurant, Mexican restaurant, and it has a large parking lot around it. And all the use around this site are subject to commercial uses. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing structure and build a Casey's gas station, which is primarily located on the south side of the subject site. The applicant also requested a new curb cut from North Jefferson Street. So there will be 2 driveway access to the subject site. One is from North Jefferson Street and the other is from Barry Road. And the one from Barry Road is a shared driveway. The applicant proposes to connect the existing sidewalk along Barry Road to the building located along North Jefferson Street. The gas canopy will be located to the north side of the building, closer to the Barry Road and the building itself. There will be parking provided around the canopy and in front of the building. The main entrance of the building will be facing north. Currently, the trash enclosure is proposed to be located behind the building, whereas you can see it's on the southeast corner of the subject site. This is the landscape plan the applicant provided. The applicant did provide perimeter landscape, interior landscape, and those are generally comply with the code. Here's the utility plan. There is a stormwater drainage easement across the site, running from southwest corner to the north, and staff has admitted the canopy to be built over the easement without gas pump being located within the easement. And this is their outdoor lighting plan. It generally complies with the code requirement. And this is the signage plan where they have proposed 4 signs to the building and as well as a monument sign located at the northwest corner of the subject site right off North Jefferson Street. And the monument sign proposal is located in this picture at the bottom left. It is about 6 foot tall and about 10 foot wide. Currently, staff did put a condition, which I will mention here, that highlighted the signage plans and with staff comments. And this is a picture showing there are similar protocol building like cases located somewhere in Kansas City. I'll mention that in more detail here in a little bit. These are the building elevations provided by the applicant. The building is primarily constructed with brick, stone, and EIFS. The elevation on top is the building front, which is the one facing north. And the building elevation at the bottom is the left side of the building, which is right off from the shared driveway access. And these elevations showing the rear elevations, which is the south elevation, and the right side of the building, which is the building access from North Jefferson Street. So staff recommends approval with conditions, and City Planning Commission also recommends approval with conditions as stated in the staff report. some of the highlighted conditions, including condition 3, which staff recommends to change the color of the proposed wall sign for the main entrance to a tan color or a more earthy tone color that complies with the area plan amendment, or that complies with the recommendation from the area plan's recommendation, and which is also an ideal color that's being supported by the neighborhood. And then another condition I want to highlight is number 15, that the applicant requested to remove this condition, and the City Planning Commission did suggest to remove this condition. Staff is in agreement with removing this condition since they already get an agreement from the Water Service Department for the canopy to be located over on top of the easement of the stormwater drainage. So that shall conclude my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Okay, Shu, just for clarification, so at this point, there are 15 conditions listed in the staff report. And a condition number 15 is to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
And condition number 3 in the staff report is written identically to the one you just put on the screen, correct? I was
correct.
Reading wrong. Okay. All right.
Yes.
For board members, any motion in this case, you should note that condition 15 should be referenced if you so choose to make a motion in this case. Mr. Klein, Mr. Labak, anything else you want us to hear from you?
This is Jeff Lawback. Would like to appreciate working with staff and Shu on this project, and agree to remove item 15. I believe Chris will discuss item 3 in our stance on the signage.
Mr. Klein, what is your comment about number 3? Are you as opposed to that condition, or is it acceptable?
Yes, so we are opposed to it, and I just want to start off by saying this was something that we had full intention to bring up before the Planning Commission, and just with everything going on with the virtual meetings and COVID-19 and all that, it got past us, and we failed to make that request to the CPC, but we had the intention of doing that, but that's why we're coming for you all for this request now. As Zoo previously stated, the condition number 3 provides that we're required to have a tan background in order to better integrate with the architectural character of the remainder of the store frontage. And then 2, to be consistent with the area plan signage design guidelines. So I just want to touch on each of those items real briefly with you all. So the first one, the integration with architectural character. So as you may have seen from the plans we submitted, our project includes some red brick on the store frontage as well as a red background for the house logos. And we strongly feel that the red background on the store frontage would better integrate with the remainder of that store frontage in the tan. And then additionally, the canopy for the proposed Casey's is also red along with the monument sign. So again, we think that the red background would not only integrate better with the store frontage, but actually with the overall development of this particular site. And then finally, for that, the integration with the architectural character, the red background is standard for Casey General Stores, and it really is what our customers have come to recognize and expect. So for that first time, we strongly believe that the red background is more or better integrates with the architectural character than the tan. Then for the second one, the compliance with the area plan. So the area plan, I looked through it and I didn't see any requirements on the particular color of any signage within the area. The only requirement I saw that pertained to the color was a statement that signs should be consistent with the design, materials, and colors of the overall development. And the overall development here would be the Metro North Square Shopping Center. And if you were to just take a quick look at some of those existing buildings there, they include a KFC and a pet supplies store, both of which have red signage. And then there's a T-Mobile store located there, which has a pink background for their signage. And then another example of differing color schemes would be the former Power Play building there, which has yellow, blue, and green exterior paint on the side of that building. Then lastly, as was previously mentioned, this site was previously a Taco Bueno, and for that site, the background that was approved for their signage was a yellow. So given that, you know, there's several stores within this development that already have red signage or are otherwise not consistent with the tan color scheme being required of us, we don't feel, or we do not feel that the proposed signage would be inconsistent with the area plan. And so with that, we'd respectfully request that this condition be deleted as it integrates with the character of the remainder of the store frontage more than the tan, and it's also in compliance with the area plan. And then the last point I wanted to just briefly touch on was that if the board is unwilling to delete that condition, then I did speak with the planner on this, was to just provide some more clarity on that condition to state that it only applies to the background on the store frontage and not the canopy, monument signs, or house logos. But again, our preference is to have this be deleted so that this store will conform with your standard Casey's General Store.
And Mr. Klein, you may have answered my question. That was going to be, I need some clarification from staff as to where this signage color issue is going to be applied.
This color, I apologize for the ambiguity, but I did agree, and I did email that Mr. Klein that we do agree this color requirement is only applying for the storefront.
So
not the canopy.
On the screen you're sharing with us now, so it would only apply to the upper picture, number 1.
Correct.
At the top. So you're saying that the red background behind the word Casey's would need to be tan?
Tan color, and this is one of the protocol building that they have. And this is an ideal location that staff will recommend you to consider.
Okay. So
the general reason, sorry, Teresa.
No,
I know this is a little confusing. The color does matter over here. This is initially a comment made by our long-range planner who worked closely with the neighborhood to try to develop all these policy guidance, which is the area plan. So like Mr. Klein said, they're not code. So it's not a right or wrong or you're in violation. This is more of a policy recommendation, but it is driven by the nature of what the neighborhood wants to see in future. In this area, I do agree with Mr. Klein. There are a lot of buildings around that do use very bold colors, like there is a KFC, but KFC does integrate this red color into their building elevations themselves as part of the major colors of the building, not just for the signage. And as well as Power Play, I know there, and you all know, this area is going through a lot of redevelopment. We're hoping the redevelopment in the future, and which we do see that they will comply with the area plan recommendation a little bit better. In this case, we're not saying this red is absolutely unacceptable. We're just recommending a more earthy tone color as what we would like the future to see.
Okay, I think I understand. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, so board members, do you have questions about this?
Shu, Ms. Wood, where's this other tan location? Where's that at? The one you have in your...
This one is actually provided by Mr. Klein. I don't really know where he took this picture, but I do know one, at least one I know is there is a Casey's gas station located on North Oak, which is, it's probably in Gladstone. I think it's like right off 72nd maybe, that we all know that is in the tan colored background. So we know this is a design that Casey's has been used before. And that's also a reason we think it's a reasonable request if we're asking them to change it into this design.
This is Jeff, if everyone can hear me.
We can. Go ahead, sir.
So this photo is from Kansas that was constructed last summer. So this prototype would be the same proto that is proposed at this location. Casey's probably about 3 to 4 years ago changed their the front elevation to red on all their stores. So some of the stores that you see that were constructed in that 5 to 10 years ago do have the tan, but they are moving towards going all red. This location was actually changed to the tan due to some neighbors in the area recommending or wanting the tan background rather than the red. But on 95 or 99% of the project that have been constructed in the last 2 to 3 years have had the red background rather than the tan.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, any other questions?
I just wanted to briefly make a clarification if I could.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Klein.
I just wanted to point out that Casey's can and is willing to have the or agree to the tan background, the store frontage, if that's the will of the board today. And again, just wanted to express that we're very appreciative of the recommendation for approval of the overall plan from city staff. They've been great to work with and everything. And our ask today is really just, our preference is to go with the red background, the storefront, because that is in compliance or conforms with the new model of the Casey stores, as Jeff mentioned, that was pushed out 3 to 4 years ago. So that is our preference. However, with that being said, we could make the tan background, the store frontage work. We are just struggling with the necessity as to why, when there are so many other buildings within not just the Metro North Shopping Center, but also in the vicinity of this area that don't comply with those standards, and where our red background we actually feel is in more compliance with the Metro North shopping area than the tan would be.
Okay, Mr. Klein, understood. All right, any other questions, comments? Then I would entertain a motion from a board member. Please remember to address condition 3 and 15 in your motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
I can't tell when I'm muted or not. I would like to move on case number 10, correct?
That's correct.
Number 10, that the board grant the requested variances, and then with regard to condition number 3, remove that and allow the red color, and remove condition number 15 as well.
Okay, I'm just going to clarify your motion because there are no variances in this case. I believe what your motion is. I think your motion is for the granting of the special use permit with the deletions of condition 3 and 15 from the staff report. Is that correct, Mr. Stiller?
Correct, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion, Ms. Otto. Ebbets here.
Thank you. I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is everyone doing okay? Anyone need a brief rest break? Okay, then I'm going to continue. I feel like I'm sort of the teacher in a classroom where I don't see everybody now today. So, all right, let's move on to docket number 6, case number 95. The address is 9615 Grandview Road. Is the applicant online? If so, please raise your hand.
The applicant requested a continuance on this case, and staff in support with that without fee.
Okay, before we move on that, is there anyone else online who's interested in this case? Please raise your hand. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to continue this case until when, Ms. Wood?
July 14th.
So we continue to July 14.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion with no fee?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller, I believe, who I heard. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to July 14th. Moving on then to docket number 7. Oh, that's also says case number 10. We have 2 case number 10s today? Okay.
No, that's a variance case. The one earlier you heard is a special use permit number 10.
Okay, so there are 2 different 10s. I'm getting confused. It's okay. All right, so again, case number 10, but this address is 2020 East 86th Terrace. Is the applicant online? And if so, raise your hand.
Staff has contacted the applicant in the past few weeks and has not heard anything back from this applicant.
Okay, is it Dana Blay or Blair Marcus are the names I see? Are they online?
They, as far as I can see, they're not online. And applicant, if you're Jamie Hauser, please raise your hand.
I'm not seeing anyone.
You know, I think this case ought to be dismissed. I mean, we've continued this how long now?
We've continued it from the last meeting due to the absence of the applicant.
I mean, they've gotten notice, correct?
Correct. And staff has emailed them in the past few weeks, notifying them.
Okay.
And staff did recommend a continue off docket at this point.
You said to continue it off docket at this point?
Yes.
Okay. So board members, I don't think, is there anyone online interested in this case in any shape or fashion? Okay. Hearing none, you're seeing none, Jamie or Sue?
Yes, not seeing anyone.
Okay, so board members, I would entertain a motion either to continue off docket or to dismiss. It's going to be your pleasure. You make a motion.
Madam Chair, Kelleher moves to dismiss.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second? I have a second from somebody. Did I hear that?
Second.
Second. I meant to say second.
I thought I saw your yellow come up, but I didn't hear anything, Tony. All right, I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor of that dismissal, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. All right. Moving then to docket number 8. Which is case number 48, and the address is 101 West Redbridge. This is the church case, I believe. Is the applicant online?
Yes.
Okay, and who's with us today?
We have several representatives. And so whoever is wishing to speak or testify, please raise your hand, applicant.
I see Ben Ellis. I see Brian Ratham. I see Joe Broomfield. I see Michael Gherkin.
Michael Gherkin, should it be the citizen?
Who's making the presentation? You guys are all on mute, so someone who's going to be presenting needs to speak to me.
This is Brian Rothson with Mansell Teeter Architects. I'll present today.
Okay, do we need to swear anyone else in but yourself?
At this point, I don't believe so.
Okay, then I'm going to swear you in, and everyone else can, of course, listen, but please stay muted if you don't mind. Brian, would you raise your right hand? I see you there. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right. Brian, have you reviewed the staff report connected to the application?
Yes, I have.
Okay, at the end of that report, on page 6, beneath Ms. Wood's signature, there are 8 administrative exhibits that are connected to the case. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
Are those separate from the conditions?
Yes, they are. So these are, so exhibit 1 is the zoning and development code. It's the basis for our decision today. These are sort of foundational documents.
Understood. Yes, I think we're all in agreement with those.
Okay, I'm going to admit exhibits 1 through 8. Among those is Ms. Wood's presentation. So I'm going to have her show that to the board and to the public, and then we'll have questions for you. All right?
Perfect.
Before we do that, is there anyone in the audience, I keep saying the audience, is there anyone online who's here to oppose this request? I assume everyone who has joined us and been promoted is in support. If you're not in support, then unmute yourself and tell me who you are so I know if I need to let you speak.
Hi, my name is Mike Gherkin.
I can hear you, Mr. Gherkin.
And we're mostly in support of the project. We just want to make sure that some of the conditions that have been discussed are still part of the decision process.
Okay, I understood. So we'll let you listen and then we'll get to you. If you need to speak, I'll swear you in at that time. All right. Anyone else in opposition? Anyone different from Mr. Gherkin who has some support, maybe some questions? Because we'll get to those.
Yes.
Yes.
This is Jeffrey. This is Jeffrey Ross. I'm an adjacent property owner.
Okay.
I'm mostly in support also.
Okay.
But I had some clarifications that I may want to talk about at a later date. So.
All right. I'll make that. I'm going to put you in the same category that is Mr. Gherkin, and we'll get back to you after we hear from the applicant. Anyone else like these two gentlemen?
I'm Pamela Bowen.
Yes, Ms. Bowen.
I'm in agreement with the other two gentlemen that I am in support of the church, but we need to make sure they follow what we've discussed before with the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like everyone's kind of in that category. Folks, let me hear from the church and their Christine Garrett, is that you? Okay, are you in that same category?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding the button to raise my hand. I am partially in support of the project, but have some reservations that I would like to express.
Okay, we'll get to those in a minute. Let us hear the plan first, and so we have a better understanding of what your questions are. Okay, I think I have an idea who's out there. If others need to join us, we'll deal with those in a minute. Okay, all right. So, Shu, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. One moment. Let me share the presentation with you. So this case in front of you is a special use permit request for a church expansion. The church is located in South Kansas City. More specifically, it is located on the south side of Red Bridge Road and in between Washington Street to the west and Warner Road to the east. Currently, the site is zoned R7.5. So the church use required a special use permit, but the church has been there for a long time, so it is deemed to be already have a special use permit. The reason that triggers another review for a special use permit is due to two enlargement of the church. One is a building addition to the northeast of the church, and then another portion is the enlargement of the parking lot area to mostly to the west side of the existing parking. The land use around the church, including another religious assembly use right across the street from Red Bridge Road, and mostly single families all the way around the church to the east, south, and west. There is a private pond located to the east side of the church, which is a little unique in this case. The pond does somehow serve a little relief for the regional stormwater runoff. The topography is generally flat on the subject site with a little slope from west to the east. This is the existing church looking south from Red Bridge Road. And this is view looking north from Red Bridge Road, which is another religious use right across the street. And this is the look at the private pond that I mentioned next to Warner Road, located on the east side of the church. And this pond does belong to Miss Bone, and she probably will have something to say later. So this is the site plan that including the two portions of enlargement I mentioned. One is a sanctuary area, which is a little over 7,000 square foot, that is located to the northeast side of the existing church, as you can see here. And another portion is the parking lot, which will come in two construction phases, with phase one is mostly located to the south west corner of the church, and the phase two will be located to the north west corner of the church. Currently, there are two driveway access to the church. Both of them are from the Red Bridge Road, and there is a third driveway access, which is to an existing house located to the northwest corner of the site. And the applicant will propose to expand this driveway to a full access. And the house located on the northwest corner will be removed. Here is a land use plan proposed by the applicant. The applicant did propose to remain some of those existing trees as indicated on this plan, as well as plant more parameter trees along the vehicular use area. The applicant also proposes a few interior landscape, which is included in this island area. More important, the applicant did understand the concern of the stormwater runoff at this site, and they did provide a rain garden for a green structure for the stormwater runoff, which is located north-south. That's dividing the proposed new parking lot and the existing parking lot to the west side of the existing church. Currently, there is no sidewalk along Red Bridge Road. The applicant is providing a sidewalk along the north property line, and they also proposed the pedestrian access from the sidewalk to the main entrance of the building located to the west of the site, located to the west of the existing building. One thing I do want to mention is currently there is a little over 100 parking spaces around this church, and the applicant is proposing to add 130 more parking spaces. Our code only requires 70 parking spaces due to the number of seats they provide in the sanctuary. However, this is in the suburban area, and staff understands the needs for the parking ratio might be generally a little higher than the average. Here's the outdoor lighting plan. It generally complies with the code. These are the rendering the applicant offering. The one on the top is the northwest perspective view, which is where the parking lot is located between the rain garden and the main entrance. And at the bottom is the north perspective view, which is the majority of this rendering indicates the extension of the sanctuary that they're proposing. These are the northeast perspective view and east perspective view, which is on the other side of the building. So the majority of the building will be constructed in brick, ephes with narrow windows to match with the existing building structure. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, and City Planning Commission did recommend approval with conditions as well. So on the staff report, there are 23 conditions recommended initially by staff, and the City Planning Commission added condition number 24 and condition number 25 to this case. Number condition 4, I want to highlight it. Number condition 4 is that if the applicant is going to, that the approval of the special use permit is only limited to phase 1. And when in future, when the applicant is ready to construct phase 2 for parking lot, they shall come back and apply for another special use permit. And the number 25 condition is addressing the trash enclosure, which is currently located to the west corner of the site. And the City Planning Commission recommended to remove this trash enclosure to the east to line up with this mid driveway. There is one variance that's being triggered due to the proposal of the site plan, which is the rear yard setback of the parking lot to use. As you can see, currently, I believe that it has, the requirement is 15 feet for the rear yard setback of any of those vehicular use area. And the applicant proposes the setback to be 13.4 feet. So a variance amount of 1.6 feet is requested here. That shall conclude my presentation, and I believe the applicant has an application that has a presentation as well, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Is it Rathsam? Am I saying that correct?
Close, it's Rossum.
Rossum. Okay, sorry, I apologize. Rossum.
No, that's okay.
Would you please make your presentation, and then we'll have questions, and we'll seek the input from the interested parties that are here.
Very good, thank you. Shu, would you mind going to I think the rendered site plan? We can touch on a lot there, and then move on. I think, you know, for the entire board, she did a great job of communicating what we were trying to do here. And, you know, really this process we've worked with the church here now for almost going on a year. We submitted to Planning Commission last fall in November with the plan, and have worked closely with, you know, staff over the last number of months, really trying to do our best from a stormwater management perspective. I think that's always been the biggest, one of the biggest issues and challenges that we've come across, just because of the tightness of the site. We're within a residential area. The pond on the east side, you know, as well, that property owner has had in the past challenges, you know, with stormwater and runoff. So our engineers, Ben Ellis, who's on, and ourselves have worked closely to mitigate and work with them, essentially to, you know, from the size of the building, the size of the parking lot, handle the stormwater runoff to a point where we actually exceed the current requirements that the city has enforced. So we do have the rain garden there off on the west side, and then all of the stormwater now, based on this master plan, will be run underground. We have underground stormwater piping that will take it to an underground detention facility on the east side of the property. Shu, if you wouldn't mind skipping one slide ahead. Yep, there we go. Perfect. On the right side, lower right side, southeast corner, you can see our underground detention facility that we are putting in, essentially to handle and control all of the stormwater for the master plan. So that would be all the impervious surface, not only for the existing building, but that would include the building addition, as well as all of the impervious surface on both the phase 1 and phase 2 parking lot areas. The one thing to note too is that just to the east of that underground detention, you can see there's essentially a new storm junction box there, and a new line that ties in, that runs north to connect to the current city's underground storm system. There is an inlet box, junction box, just to the east of that has always been, the neighbor to the east, my understanding is, has some rights to that. And so what we are doing in order to not cause any issues with that is putting a new junction box just to the west of that. So effectively, we're taking all of our storm system, the drainage and outflow of that, bypassing that current box, and then running that to the north to effectively get into the city's storm system without overloading at all anything that has to do with the neighbor's storm system. So that was one piece that, you know, we've worked hard to back and forth to try and alleviate that concern, because I know that was a big concern with the neighbor. The church has been around here a long time, and there's been a church on this site for quite a while. So there are some pretty old growth trees on the property. And, you know, through this plan, we've done our best to try and keep and maintain the trees that we can. and have communicated with the neighboring property owners, trees that we're trying to hold on to, especially a lot along the Red Bridge property side. And where we need to remove trees, obviously with the new landscape plan, we're providing a lot of interior island trees, perimeter shrubs, landscaping. And again, based on some of what staff has suggested, we do adding some additional to what's on plan, obviously knowing that we're in a neighborhood condition here. The building addition itself, as she had mentioned, we're tying in and matching a lot of the existing context. So, masonry, warm tones for the EIFS, glass, even asphalt shingle roofs that match the mansard roofs on the existing building. So, architecturally, we're not straying from what the existing building has and what contextually has been on the site. So, I think all in all, again, working through this process, we're in agreement with all of the conditions that have been, currently placed, on this. One of the things that we did have to do, and this was really from a budget standpoint on the church's side, working with our contractor, we needed to find a way to. We understand that we need to put in a storm system to handle the entire property from a master plan perspective. It just makes financial sense to do that day one. So we're making sure to alleviate that from, and control all of that stormwater, have that design installed, day one, regardless of the amount of parking that we can do. The reality is that we needed to cut out some of the parking in this phase, just from really a budget standpoint. And two, the reality being that the church is building a 400-seat sanctuary, and right now they only need really the additional parking as they move into and grow into that 400-seat room. So it just made good sense to break the parking lot into a phase one and a phase two construction. The reality is that from a master plan perspective, based on the seating in the church, across the country, we do a lot of work with churches around the nation. Really, we're looking at a 2-to-1 ratio for seats and worship to cars in a parking lot. We've got families that show up to church that, mom drives separately, dads drive separately. Sometimes we've got, teenage kids that drive separately and are racing off to sporting events, afterwards, dance recitals, you name it. So that's a challenge that we face with smaller parking lots, smaller parking counts that we run into in many municipalities. So from a master plan perspective, and based on the growth of the church, that 2-to-1 parking ratio is really what we try and include from a master plan perspective. And so that's what we based all of our stormwater design, the site design system on, all the landscaping, all the site lighting, everything has been based on an overall master plan. So again, we're in agreement with all the conditions that have currently been placed by the staff. And during CPC, there were 2 additional amendments that were added to that, numbers 24 and 25. 25, the shifting of the trash enclosure, we have no issues with that. But we would ask and request the board to remove item number 24 as a condition to this, and not require us to go back through the special use permit process, go back through City Planning Commission, ultimately go back through you guys to essentially show you again exactly what we're showing now, based on the need and the fact that this is what we would be showing again down the road. The systems are designed for this, and we really don't feel like there would be a need to go back through and have city relook at this and have BZA look at this a second time as well.
Have you changed any of your presentation since you presented this to the City Commission, Plan Commission? Have you changed the plan in any way? It hasn't, correct? There's been no alteration.
No, the plan that you're looking at here is what City Planning Commission has looked at. So everything that you're looking at here is what a City Planning Commission has reviewed.
Okay, with the new additions, I just wanted to make sure there was no alterations in between the 2 hearings. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant? No questions? Okay. Then I'd like to hear, and Shu, I'm going to ask you to not share so I can see who's going to have comments. I'm just going to go in kind of order on my sheet. Mr. Gerken, do you have any comments you'd like us to hear at this time? You're muted. If you wish to speak, unmute yourself. Mr. Gerken?
Yes.
Okay, do you wish to
That's
speak
okay.
at this time? Okay, then I need to swear you in. Would you raise
Yes.
your right hand? Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. What's your comments?
So there was reference made to a phase 1 and phase 2 when we went to the previous board meeting. We offered to suggest that they postpone at least into this phase 2 part, which was part of their plans anyway, for a couple of reasons. One, we want to make sure that the water runoff gets adequately handled. They've gone to a lot of work to plan for that. I think it's probably going to get taken care of, but we don't know that. In phase 1, they build all that in. Secondly, there is a lane being added. It's in the plans to be added to Red Ridge Road that will front that church. That lane already exists a little bit outside of the Condor housing project that's right adjacent, which is where I own property, adjacent to the church properties. So that lane will change the dynamics a little bit of the traffic. So we have the opportunity to see how that's working and see if it makes sense. The third thing was we want to make sure that we protect the aesthetics and the soundproofing of the trees. The folks have been gracious enough to, I think, work hard to try to save some of these really old trees because Red Ridge puts out a lot of noise, carries a fair amount of traffic. So all those things would be in place. When they go back to the Planning Commission, they could say, here's where we are. We'd also really like for them to consider moving the third entrance so that they'll have 3 entrances into this property and move that entrance a little bit to the east to get it farther away from directly so close to our property. These parking spaces that are going to replace a house, a residential house, they're going to be 20 feet from our property, which makes it literally 50 feet from our house. So we're sensitive to that, of course, and we want to make sure that we can work with them. We want them to have what they need to take care of their needs. At the same time, it's hard to be real excited about having a large parking lot in your backyard. So that was the reason for the phase 2 request, which the Planning Commission suggested. I think it makes sense for those various conditions. If all the things are working, we could take a look at those things. The other thing, by moving the entrance, if it has to be there, a little bit farther to the east, it will line up to the entrance into the Baptist church across the street. So all the headlights, all the lighting will not go directly into the home that's right on that corner across the street from us. It'll go straight into the parking lot of the church, and so that'll reduce the distraction annoyance for those folks as well. So we're wanting to work with them. You know, they've got a nice plan for an attractive building, and we wish them well with all that. We just want to make sure that we take care of protecting our property values as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gerken.
Thank you.
Board members, do you have questions for Mr. Gerken? Okay, I don't hear any. Let me say this. I'm interested to hear from other people that are on and concerned, but I will say this because the system is a little harder to run than in live. If your comments simply echo Mr. Gerken, then I don't know that we need to hear from you again. I mean, we've kind of identified who's here, but if you have something in addition to what Mr. Gerken said, then I'd like to hear from you. So is there anyone who has something in addition to what Mr. Gerken just described for us?
This is Pamela Bowen.
Yes, Ms. Bowen, go ahead. Can I swear you in, please?
Yes.
Okay, and I can't see you, so I'm going to trust that you're raising your right hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. And it's Pamela Bowen?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm the owner of the pond. My parents were the original owners out here. They were the first house to buy it from the farmland. And this has been a very controversial project due to the lack of communication with the neighbors. We wish the church, nobody's really complained about the building. We wish them the very best, but there's just been a lack of communication. Now, on my part, the water department has worked with me. That has been solved. The maintenance, they have come out because the first church, we never had one problem in 30 years. There's been maintenance issues since day one with this church, and they've agreed. They've done an excellent job on the mowing. They used the person that I recommended. Most of the maintenance issues have been resolved. They've met with me twice. Now, I don't know where this sidewalk came from. They've been out on the property twice. I recommend that the sidewalk needs to be stopped at the entrance to the parking lot on the east side, because we're dealing with two projects, the widening of Red Bridge and Warnell Road. Red Bridge is going to come over at least 5 foot toward my pond, and it's going to meet up with Condor Place. My lake has an emergency spill well. There's no way they can put a sidewalk and block the water to my emergency spill well. Now, I don't know why this has never been brought up when we've been out there on my property before. It's a house to the west of my property. The sidewalk really needs to stop at that entrance, because I believe with the widening of Red Bridge and Warnell, they're going to get, right now we have just plain ditches for the water to run down. I believe with the new project, they're going to get concrete curvings, but the city is working with me because of my emergency spill well, and there's a stormwater system right to the east of that. So the sidewalk, it's going to be a sidewalk to nowhere, because there's no way the sidewalk will ever be put to the north of my property. So that was one issue that, was a lack of communication. If they would have just told me a long time ago, I could have told them about the emergency spill well. The city knows about it. The second thing, the Planning Commission recommended that the trash dumpster be moved away from Mr. Rossi's house up there. I recommend it be left exactly where it is, because it's in the middle of the property. It doesn't bother anybody in Condor Place. It's been there for 30 years, and it doesn't bother anybody down here. Has anybody thought the houses along Glen Arbor were built in the same time period? And when they went to remodel 2 or 3 of them, they were loaded with asbestos. And when this house is torn down, this house was built in the same time zone. So there may be asbestos in this house when it's torn down. Another issue is, who are to be the city inspectors? Because even working with the widening of Red Bridge Road and even the improvements when the water line went in, the city inspectors don't always do their job. Like, I had to apply for PIAC money because they put the fire hydrant in the middle of the ditch, and all the water's coming overland. How are we going to find out the city inspectors to make sure that everything's going to be followed according to this blueprint?
Ms. Bowen, I can't speak. The city inspectors will probably be going to be those available at the time of.
But what department do we go to reach out to them?
I think it's part of code still, correct? Some staff can correct me, but I think that's still under the codes department. Is that correct?
And also the wooden fence, from what I understand, it's still going to be, there were 2 neighbors that requested a wooden fence, and I explained to the church, it needs to stop at the end of the parking lot. It does not need to come to the west of me, because the water comes overland and the water is going to knock down the wooden fence. There's no reason. There's 3 huge trees that have been there for 30 years, fir trees that provide privacy.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Bowen?
No, as long as the church is willing to work with us on the maintenance issues, and they have, but Mr. Gherkin asked them to get that wood pile removed, all those limbs on the driveway a month ago, and it's against city code. Someone's going to eventually call city codes on them. You just can't leave 5 acres of property vacant most of the time and not have anybody go around and pick up the limbs and trim the bushes. And we've resolved the problem down toward me because all the leaves are going down into the stormwater system. And the church has said they will make sure those are taken care of.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, Ms. Bowen. Anyone else want to add to the comments that have not already been addressed?
I would like to, Ms. Otto. This is Christine Garrett.
Okay, let me swear you in, Ms. Garrett. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Garrett.
All right. It's my belief that their 2-to-1 ratio for cars is excessive. Am I right that the city code is 2 to 7? I mean 1 to 7. I think.
She would have to answer.
Yes,
that.
it is 1 to 7 seats.
Okay. And so their 1 to 2 ratio, I think, is excessive. I believe that more careful consideration needs to be given to the disruption of an established neighborhood by demolishing a neighborhood home to build an impervious surface parking lot. I just think that I wish that we would continue it. That's my desire.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else need to speak? Okay, I'm not hearing anyone else. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant or from the neighbors that have come forth with their concerns?
Ms. Otto, if I may, I believe James Walton from staff has had his hand raised. If he wishes to speak, this may be a good time to do so.
Yes, Mr. Walton, you may speak.
Yes, I was sworn in earlier. I'll be very brief. With respect to the ditch that was mentioned there north of the existing private pond to the east that Pamela Bowen mentioned, there is, as she mentioned, an emergency spillway. There's a ditch that has been on the south side of Red Bridge for some time since its construction. That ditch, unfortunately, is how that system is designed. So the emergency flow does leave that pond and then enter into that ditch system. The city did improvements here that were completed roughly in 2006. We essentially extended an underground pipe network, but that pipe network system and the system that goes under the intersection, we simply couldn't take that flow here in an effective way. And so we needed to let that emergency spillway flow naturally, flow through that ditch area there. That area is going to be reduced in size. We've been working with Parks and Rec on that because they are also doing roadway improvements, which Pam mentioned. And so they're working to control those items, but I would say that sidewalk could be very challenging to continue given the need for both the ditch and the road improvements that are being done there. Otherwise, just very briefly, the professionals have done a great job here for the church in terms of existing conditions. We did work with them extensively. We reduced the existing drainage runoff to about 78% of what was originally submitted through some back and forth and discussion. They've also, as they also mentioned, they have dramatically reduced the amount of runoff that can overflow and run to the pond. That was not something that was legally required. They chose to do it. They've done a macro study to consider the upstream runoff. That macro study has also resulted in them making the changes that they've already mentioned to you, where they made a connection downstream of the existing diversion structure. The 2006 work and that diversion structure, a critical note to mention, that diversion structure is in an agreement that does allow the owner of the pond to basically decide if they want it to be open or closed or partially open. And so that's left to them. They have 100% control of it. It is a city asset, but they have the right to use it. And so with the church, by connecting downstream of it, they've also further prevented any risk or concern of complications related to that location. Their macro study helped them to justify that. They also better resolve issues for how their storage systems work and better guarantee that they get control of their discharge for existing and proposed conditions that way. So basically, in a nutshell, the professionals have done everything they should. They've done a great job on that. Also, by designing in the way they have, essentially the pond, depending how the private property owner chooses to use it, it can serve and does serve to reduce flow at a macro level for downstream. It reduces flow by about 21 CFS, cubic feet per second, as it is. And then at the same time, the church is obviously, their professionals have assured that no increase is occurring downstream for the diversion systems and the connections they've done. Again, they've reduced overflow by 78% onto the private pond by addressing existing collection systems that were not mandated to basically be improved. They only had to control to existing conditions. They've chosen to do more. That's all I have. Sorry for the time.
No, that's fine. I have one clarification point. So the one issue that I need to understand is the sidewalk issue and where exactly that is on the plan, and if that's something that needs to be addressed in this vote today. So I'd like someone on staff or the applicant. I don't know who can do it best for me. I need to understand where that is because I'm not clear. So who can do that for me?
Madam Chair, I can speak to that.
We'll let the applicants speak.
All right, and Mr. Ellis, have I sworn you in yet?
No, you have not.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, yeah, explain this to me so I can understand it better. Thank you.
So the sidewalk would just be to the northeast corner of the property. And the sidewalk was actually a staff condition that we add to the project. And so my understanding is that the swale that would allow the water through would be just to the east side, just off of that color rendering that you're seeing there. So the very northeast corner.
The northeast, so in the corner of Redbridge, there it is, I see. Okay.
Yes, right there, yep.
Okay, so if I understand Ms. Bowen, she's asking that part of that sidewalk be removed.
And I think as an applicant, we would definitely be open to that. The sidewalk was added as a condition, as a staff condition.
Okay, and so then Mr. Walton, if I understood what you said, you seem to be somewhat supportive of the removal of some of that sidewalk, or did I misunderstand your presentation?
I do apologize. That's poor communication on my part. What I'm mostly trying to communicate is that the ditch component that is really in front of the private pond where sidewalk is not proposed to go, it's going to be very challenging to ever consider putting sidewalk there because the road is going to widen and there's going to be that need for flow from the emergency spillway from the pond. So it's going to be tough to put in there.
Okay, so the pond is sort of across the intersection from this church, correct? It's not.
No, it's on the south side. It is on the south side.
I'm sorry, I'm confusing my direction here.
Yeah, two churches. It's easy.
It is, you're right. Okay, I see. Okay, there's the pond. I see this. Okay, now thank you. I'm getting my map confused.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's the only thing worth bringing up on my side is, if there is a desire in the long-term future to try to connect that sidewalk through the intersection, that portion will be very difficult to do. You may have to do stormwater modifications underground to even consider it.
Okay. So is staff, in light of those comments, still recommending the sidewalk extend as far down as it is on these plans?
Staff will recommend the sidewalk to be installed as it is. What Ms. Walton said to me is not impacting on this site. However, continuing the sidewalk linearly across the pond might be an issue in the future. But as far as if you're not developing the pond, in this case, probably it's not going to happen till you change the pond physically. Then that sidewalk will not be required. Staff see this as a great opportunity to encourage pedestrian safety and pedestrian connection along Redbridge Road. So we would recommend this condition to stay.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes, Ms. Bowen, you may.
when the road is widened, I would have to get with Mr. Wang over Parks and Recreation. The north side of the pond is filled with so many utilities. There's not space enough to place a sidewalk with the street coming over toward my pond. And there's no way, there's guide wires, the sidewalk, if it ever, there's no way it can go on the north side of my pond because there's guide wires there. My property comes to the traffic signal as it is. It goes clear to the telephone pole where the traffic lights are. Everybody thinks it's a curve. See, it's straight right there. There is no way the sidewalk will ever go down there.
So Ms. Bone, we're not recommending a sidewalk on your property, and we cannot, because your property is not in the consideration for this proposal.
Right, but it can't even go close to my property because the overflow from it's the emergency spillway over on the church lot.
Yeah. See,
This is James. There is, the emergency spillway is actually on the private property to the east. It is part of Pamela Bowen's property. So there is no emergency spillway effects that are related to what's before you today.
Okay, that's my question, Mr. Walton, because my concern is, and I understand staff's position about sidewalks and walkability and all of that stuff, but if we're going to have flooding, I mean, I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing here and not putting in concrete that's going to be covered in water. That seems not a good use of our resources. So,
right.
Okay. All right. I think I've got my question answered. Does the applicant have anything else they would like to add on this topic, Mr. Ellis?
I think maybe we'd like to speak a little bit to some of the other questions that were put forth.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Some of the things that Mr. Gerken brought up with the phase area, the moving of the third entrance there located in the phase 2. Shu, if you wanted to go into the presentation and you go to one of the dimension plans or site plans for us to look at. Yeah, that would be fine there. So over in the northwest corner there, entrance, the reason that that entrance is aligned, it's very similar to the location of the residential entrance that's currently there, but it's been shifted a little bit to the west to line up with Wyandotte Street. And so that's the reason for the location of that entrance. Obviously, all of that approved by CPC for the entire site master plan. Also, we've worked with Mr. Gerken to save as many trees as possible really on the site. We understand that his concern about sound and we want to preserve as many trees as possible as well. And so we've shown him some exhibits that highlight what we're trying to do there from saving the tree perspective. The other thing that he had mentioned was traffic. So this is the Baptist church across the street, the entrance there. So this third entrance, even if we were to shift it to the east, we already have there was already a secondary entrance that's aligned with the Baptist church there. And then also we've completed a traffic study and met staff approval for the traffic along Red Bridge Road, and they've been in support of that. We appreciate that as well. The other thing that we would speak to is Pamela Bowe mentioned communication. We have had several on-site meetings, at least a minimum of 2 on-site meetings. I know Mr. Brumfield can speak to that if he'd like to as well, but we've also had a public meeting that was in person before the virus situation. We've also had 2 separate Zoom meetings one Zoom meeting basically at 2 different times so that we could reach out to the neighborhood and hear some of these concerns and address some of those situations. And so I feel like the church has communicated well and presented, and talked through a lot of those questions that the neighborhood has had.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. All right, board members, any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll do it.
Yes, Mr. Stiller, please.
I move that the board grant the special use permit consistent with the staff report, site plan, and the conditions. Yes, that's it.
Okay. I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, can we just clarify the motion includes a one variance, I believe, as well?
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Stiller, is your motion to grant the variance and special use permit application in accordance with the staff report, including all the conditions contained therein?
Yes, that setback of 1.6 feet.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second from Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And I think I had one nay. Is that correct? Or did I have all ayes? That's hard for me to understand. So if you say aye, would you please raise your hand so I can see if you said aye? So I have 4 ayes. Thank you. That's what I couldn't, it muffled. So the motion carries, and the board, and I'm sorry, and the chair votes with the motion, and the motion carries as stated. Okay, thank you folks very much. All right, let's move on to the next case. Madam Court Reporter, are you still doing okay? She gave me the thumbs up, the universal thumbs up. All right.
Otto, after this case, can we take it 3
Yes.
minutes?
Yes, let's do that. Let's do one more and then because I do think we have a few continuances after that, so that'll be fine. Let's move on to docket number 9, case number 15. The address is 934 Central Street. Is the applicant online? And if so, please raise your hand to let staff know you're here.
The applicant is online, and I believe Jamie has moved him to the panelist.
Yes, I promoted Larry Stice and Jacob Horowitz. And they should be able to speak, if not now, momentarily.
Larry Stice is our staff support, and Jacob is the applicant.
Okay, I see Jacob and Larry. Jacob, would you please state your name for the record, please?
Jacob Horowitz.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Larry, good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while. Would you state your name for the record?
Larry Stice.
And do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else online that's interested in this case? Let the record reflect that I hear no other interested parties. Mr. Horowitz, have you reviewed the staff report connected to this application?
I'm not sure I have.
Okay. Online, there would have been a published report about the case. And at the end of it, there's a list of administrative exhibits. So you haven't seen those to know whether you have any opposition to those?
No, I apologize. I was not aware they were there.
Okay, well, they basically are the board's rules and regulations, the zoning ordinance. They're pretty routine, the qualifications of the board members, and then a PowerPoint presentation by staff.
Okay.
Any objection to that?
No, I have no objection.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 8 then will be admitted. And Shu, you have this case too, right?
Yes.
You're popular today, Shu.
I know.
All right, let's hear from you, and then we'll hear from the applicant himself.
All right. So this case in front of you is an appeal to the denial of a short-term rental registration that's located in 934 Central Street. Here's the subject location. It's located in downtown Loop. More specifically, it is located to the northwest corner of Central Street and West 10th Street. It's this building highlighted in yellow. Here's the view looking northwest at the intersection of Central and 10. This is the view looking southeast at the intersection. And so the applicant applied for short-term registration to the units that has been identified by staff Larry Stice, that there are 5 units in the building, and the applicant is proposing one short-term registration for, I believe, more than 1 unit. So that's why the short-term rental registration was denied. And there are some evidence online that's showing the advertisement of more than 1 unit of this structure. That was 1 unit. That's for 2 bed, 2 bath, 1480 square feet. This is for another unit. That's 1 bed. This is another unit also advertised on Airbnb for 2 bed and 1 bath. So according to the short-term rental code, that the limit number of the units in a multifamily structure that must be offered for no more than 25%. So in this case, it will be no more than 1 unit per this structure. And this structure is in downtown core zone, in which does allow the short-term rental. Right. And the applicant does have their presentation, and whenever you're ready, I can approach that.
Okay, I think so. I think we're ready. Mr. Horowitz, let's hear from you. Why do you believe we should grant your appeal?
Well, I'll go through this and hopefully you'll understand how we feel. So this is the building that is on that corner. So since Ms. Wood already showed the different angles, you can go to the next slide, but that's the building that we're talking about. It is a historic registered building. It was built right at the turn of the century. It was originally the Western Union newspaper building, and you can go ahead. So I just want to share a little bit about the building. It's only about a 5-minute presentation or less. The building was purchased from DST in 2015. As I said, it is on the Department of Interior's Historical Registry. When we bought it, it sat empty for about 10 years. It was pretty much an eyesore. The windows were broken, a lot of the brick was missing. So we spent right around $3 million on the historic renovation. As she said, we do have 5 lofts on the top floor that are currently rented, or we offer for rent on those platforms. The main floor is currently leased by a law firm in that building, and the lower floor is currently listed for a lease right now, but without success. And we do have rentals on that last line of that slide, previous slide, that's okay, that it's pretty well booked almost all the way through December of this year. It books up pretty far in advance. We originally listed as long-term apartments when we put the money in. The intent was just to be five apartments. After 6 months of trying vigorously to rent those, we were not successful. We would lower the rates. We'd watch every apartment that was going on around us and try to underprice it. And we were not able to rent it. And maybe part of that had to do with parking. There is no parking in that area. So it's more suited for a short-term rental where somebody's coming in. We are collecting tax through either Airbnb or VRBO. So I have listed there the different taxes that are being collected and paid for. So you can go ahead to the next slide, please. So, when we looked, and this was as of yesterday, the day before this week, there's 6,700 apartments available when you go to apartmentfinder.com in the KCMO area. 670 of those are just in our zip code. And I think that's why back in 2015-16, we had, or 16-17, we had a hard time to rent, and it's even gotten worse. So we think rather than it sitting empty or trying to rent these, we're collecting tax. it's a historic building, so we're hoping some of those are compelling reasons why you'll consider going forward. You can go ahead to the next slide, please. Just a little bit of a quick, I'm going to go through, and she showed some of the pictures, and I'll go kind of quickly, but as you can see, we kept a lot of the historic stuff from the original, all the original, you're going quick. Originally there's some timing, that's okay. We kept all the beadboard, we kept all the original, that's the hand painted sign, what was on 934 Central back in 1900. You can go ahead, next one. All the beadboard was kept in the ceilings. We put just a lot of effort. Go ahead. All the original steel that was in the building, we kept exposed. You can go ahead. All the plaster on the left, even in the gym where there was tin ceilings in certain parts of the building, we kept either the historic tin or replaced it. All the windows were replaced to historic windows. So you can kind of get, that's just a real quick feel of the building. So you can go ahead to the next slide, thanks. It is a security building. Every entrance, the elevator, which needs a PIN code that's only good for that resident for a period of time. Everything is being recorded. We have, since we've owned the building in 2015, we've never had a fire truck, an ambulance, or a police officer on our property for the Airbnbs at all. So we've had no problems whatsoever. You can go ahead. Let's go to the next slide. We're a 5-star super host, so oops. Yeah, we've got, you can go ahead and click the next one. I think another thing will come up. We have over 800 5-star reviews between the platforms. So we think we've done a good job of keeping a safe environment and people that want to come back to Kansas City. So we're rated a super host or hostess on both platforms. And I think that's why we book so far in advance. I think we're probably one of the busiest Airbnbs there, just because of the experience of what the building is like. So you can go ahead, and if you don't, you might just have to click. You can just click through these. These are just the artwork that is throughout the building. And I show this just to talk about what we've done. Everything in a common area is branded Kansas City, whether it be our music scene, our cultural scene, our sports scene. So we're doing on, you can stop there, I think, for a sec. So everything we've done is to try to bring people back into the city. We have, when you look at those 800 reviews, you're gonna see countless of those where they came in for a convention or some event and they're back right away with their family and their kids. And so we still think, rather than trying to keep it empty and rented for another year or 2 or 3, we're collecting tax. It's a good experience. So why we believe it should be zoned for short-term rental, or we hope you'll consider a variance and give us the ability to do it. One, it's just the historic nature. To be able to come to Kansas City and be in a building that was, part of the Western Union back in 1900 and how we've preserved it, we think is something very special. So we're hoping that will be taken into consideration to allow us to continue. As I said, the parking's a real problem to try to rent that at all. We have gone to the neighbors on both sides and around our building. We have no objections, have never had an objection. We have talked to the tenants that are in the building, and those tenants and the law firm have got no objections and have never had an issue. When we purchased the building, it was zoned as an M51. So our understanding was that was office manufacturing and residential mixed use. And that's exactly how the building is still being used today. The lower level that is for lease is office and has a roll-up door in the back if you wanted to do light manufacturing, though it's more geared towards office. The main law firm has got the main floor, and then the top was designed for residential use with no success of renting it to date. And then our understanding, and you can go to the next slide, and our in-house counsel looked briefly, and he felt, and you will all know better where the validity of this is, that it should be grandfathered in because it was being used for that before the statutes changed to not allowing the short-term renter, but it was being rented prior to that statute. So if that's something that allows the board here to rule in our favor or the historic value, I wanted to put this there for consideration. You can go to the next slide. This is just showing that, you know, when we bought the building in 2015, we thought it was okay to use it. We didn't specifically talk about short-term rental, but at the time we bought it in 2015 as residential, there wasn't any you know, there was allowed, or was not a statute saying you cannot do it to our knowledge. So we may not have done enough research, but I can answer any questions, but we hope that this is something that you would allow this type of building in that area to continue to do what it's doing. And just thank you very much for the time, and I'm available for any questions, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Horowitz. Mr. Stice, can you or Ms. Wood address this idea of a non-conforming use and whether there's any avenue for that to be applicable in this case, Mr. Stice?
It's my understanding that short-term rentals were not considered legal non-conformances because they were technically illegal before the short-term rental ordinance was passed. So there is no grandfathering in for short-term rentals. Anything that applies needs to conform with the short-term rental ordinance requirements, and this does not.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Yes, and this is Sarah, and I agree with that. I agree with what Larry just stated.
Okay.
So I guess I didn't realize it was illegal. I guess if it was illegal, why did they have to pass an ordinance that already existed?
Well, I believe it was to allow some exception to the legality. So in other words, to give some options, otherwise no one could be doing Airbnbs.
Okay.
So they wanted to regulate it. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood that, you know, this regulation is newer. We've had a few of these cases, but I wanted the board to have the benefit of that for their decision. Okay, board members, do you have questions?
And I guess, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I just wanted to make sure, did I hear a question from a board member?
Yes, Madam Chair. Tom
Yes,
Spiller.
Mr. Spiller. Yes.
I just wasn't quite clear. How many apartments are in the building currently?
There's 5, and all 5 are currently being rented out on either Airbnb or VRBO, vacation rental by owner.
And you'd be okay with having 4 long-term rentals and the single Airbnb?
You know, when we built the building, we wanted them all to be long-term rentals. We just have had 0 success in renting them. So that's when we furnished the apartments and moved them over to the Airbnb platform. You know, we understand that when we did when the law changed, or and we had to fill out the application, we filled out, I guess, some paperwork that then allowed us to have 1 of the 5. And that is certainly better than nothing. But we're hopeful that there may be some avenue because of the historic nature, if nothing else. I didn't realize it was illegal to be on Airbnb up until that point. So I respect that. I didn't know that till now. But at any rate, we're hoping that there's some, and I know in many other zonings around, from my brief looking, it feels like there are some historic buildings in some areas that are allowed to do the rentals maybe. So I'm hoping there's an avenue that you feel between not being able to get parking, not being able to rent it, that somehow there's an avenue to allow this. Thank you.
So again, I don't know who needed to ask the question. Mr. Stice, did I hear you?
Well, I just want to make a comment that the issue today is whether I was wrong in issuing my denial. There may be other avenues to get them what they want, but that's not the issue today. The issue is, was I wrong? Right. It is zoned commercial. It is zoned to allow short-term rentals. The only problem, well, one of the problems is that they're renting too many apartments as such. They're allowed to rent one. In their original application, they did not specify how many. You can see that in the correspondence that I emailed to them, asking them to correct all these conditions. And that was in September of 2019. So the issue has never been, can they do short-term rental? It's always been that they're doing too many. And again, the issue is, was I wrong in denying the permit? And I don't believe that I was.
Right, and Mr. Stice, I'm one board member, but I tend to agree with you. I guess my question for this applicant is there a way to get more than one unit to be allowed as a rental under some exception that he hasn't applied for?
If that's a question to me, I would rather defer to our law department and our
Okay,
codes.
yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to understand. So, I mean, I understand my job here today is to address your decision. I just, for the board's clarification, what would allow, so that we understand this, these cases are new for us, so.
You know, and reading online, I saw where maybe I could apply as a hotel, which we'd be happy to do. And that.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe that's what you need to do, sir. I mean, I think this appeal is, I understand why you're trying to do this, but it sounds like there's a different avenue for you to approach this rather than this board making a decision, because I don't think we have the power to help you.
I just want to add to this, Ms. Aho. Sorry, Sarah.
That's
Thank you.
So from a zoning point, their property is on DC-15, which is the downtown court, and they do allow the use of a hotel. So it is a permitted use at this location. All they need to do is they do have to comply with building code. There might be upgrade responsibilities that they have to complete with the building code, and then but the use is, and then change the certificate of occupancy eventually. So, but the use itself is permitted.
Okay.
I just want to add it to it.
Yeah, no, and I think I'm one board member. I think I understand that. I mean, I think that you can do this, but just not as you're doing it. You have to apply differently. So, okay, does the board understand this request? Have any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion on this appeal.
Chairman Otto, before I bring that into play, is there a way for Mr. Horowitz to keep this? Do we stay a decision for 6 months to allow him to do this or no?
I don't think that's necessary, as I understand that that's a separate application from this decision. That's a different process than this. If I've stated that wrong, someone will tell me I've stated that wrong.
I mean, I don't think one really has to do with the other, right? It's like regardless of whether you uphold the appeal, he can still pursue the other option available to him.
He's not precluded, Mr. Ebbets. I think that's what she's saying. So in other words, us ruling on this today doesn't remove him from those other avenues. And at this time, he could still lease out one of those apartments in the interim until he figures out the other avenues.
I have a question, maybe to Mr. Stice, because now I'm also in a pickle that they're highly rented for the next 6-7 months. So, and I can share that with the board, but how do I deal with that? I have, you know, weekend seems to be very popular with wedding parties, a lot of bridesmaids, so I don't know why, take the whole floor. And then that's where they get ready, and we don't do parties. That's why the police have never been there. The bill has to be, but I don't know what to do with all these renters because they've paid Airbnb or VRBO. We haven't gotten paid for those but they're not going to get those fees back. So is there a period of time if we stopped renting after our last thing that, how do I deal with that? I don't know. I don't know if you have an answer, but I don't know what to do to those people.
Anecdotally, I have an answer, but I think all I can really tell you is as of the determination of this board, it continues to be illegal. I will say that just about every person advertising on Airbnb today is illegal, or far and away most of them. The city has a limited ability to go prosecute people. I can't tell you to keep doing it or not, but that's just the fact.
Yeah. So I mean, and he cannot give you legal advice. I mean, I don't mean to interrupt him, but he can't give you legal advice.
And I wasn't looking. I'm in a pickle. You know, we want to do the right thing. If we could rent them permanently, it's actually a lot easier than, you know, keeping housekeeping and turning them over all week long. But this has been the only way to keep the building open and not have them sit empty. So, but I do thank you for your time. I was hoping and not understanding enough and listening throughout today of what you can and you can't do as a board. I now have a better understanding just from the last several hours of it is what it is. And I get that now. I guess I was hoping someone had a creative way of the historic approach or something.
Well, I don't know that there's been a decision. So even if this board would grant a stay of execution on this matter, I don't even know if we have that power anymore, Ms. Baxter. You know, I don't know how long the process is to apply for the hotel option. I've been on this board a long time and we've done some of that. That would be up to this board if they can do that. Ms. Baxter, is that even allowed anymore by our procedures?
What allowed? Sorry, I didn't.
We used to be able to grant a stay of execution for a short time on a violation, but I don't know under this ordinance if that's allowed, to allow them to figure out an option. Mr. Kelleher might remember this. You know, some people, I don't know that anyone else has been on the board long enough to know when we used to grant stays of execution on things just to allow something to right itself on an appeal.
I have a question of Mr. Horowitz.
Yes, sir.
What's the date? Do you know the date that your last tenant and the Airbnb would be in the building?
Right now it's mid-December, I believe is the last date that it is actually have a rental.
Mid-December. Right. Well, Madam Chair, I wonder, could we continue the case until the first hearing in December?
Well, I mean, I guess the board could. I'm one board member, Mr. Stiller. You know, these Airbnbs are an interesting thing. So I'm a little concerned about granting some precedent that people come in and then we get a whole laundry list of, will you just, you know, hold this to allow me to operate illegally?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's a good policy. I'm here to listen. I was thinking in my mind, if a board member could do a stay of execution on this, you know, to get through the summer months to allow that would give him time to get his application through the process. I don't know if staff could tell me how long the hotel application would take.
As far as I know, typically, and I'm not saying on behalf of permit divisions, because he will technically dealing with the permit division for all the building code review. So typically they take 2 to even 4 months for building permit review. Just really also varies based off the workload they have. But, you know, there might be requirements for revised plan, and it's really hard to say. Sometimes it's a coordination between the applicant and the staff. Some of them do revise the plan quickly, and I don't really know the fact of this building, like how much upgrade they have to do, how much work they have to get it done prior to the issuance of the permit. So
I think we'll be in relatively good shape, mostly because it was completely gutted down to the brick. So all the life safety, all brand new fire, everything is brand, you know, put in 2015. So I think.
So how the stay of execution would work, if we can do it, is that you would uphold the city's decision, but you would stay prosecution on the violation for just a small period of time. I don't know.
That would be appreciated.
But again, I don't know if we still have that power. We used to have that power. So
I'm not seeing anything expressly stated one way or the other. You know, there's a stay once the appeal is filed. And then it says you've got to make a decision on the appeal. There's nothing that says that you can't stay execution. I I would think as a board, making a decision on an appeal, you probably would have some leeway there. I don't know what the basis of your previous, I don't know what I don't know if that was expressly stated in the code somewhere.
Not that I know of. It was based on case law, I believe, Ms. Baxter is this is the problem that I've been on the board too long. So
yeah, I'm looking at the rules.
We haven't done it in a while, but I know in some conformance cases, Mr. Stice might remember some of these. I don't know. I mean, who's been with the city long enough that can tell me? So we just have not done it in a while, but I don't know that the case law has changed.
Yeah, and I guess my sort of gut without doing additional research would be that you'd have the ability to do that as part of your decision, as part of, your decision on a case, but.
Okay, well, board members, so I'm gonna need a motion. Your options, if you wish to go with the stay of execution idea, is that you would uphold Mr. Stice's decision and you would therefore stay execution on the enforcement of that decision for a limited period of time. Or you can just uphold the decision and we move on. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Suzuki.
I'll take a crack. In
Okay.
case number 15, I do move that the appeal be denied and that staff's decision be upheld, and that we stay the execution of that decision until, and I'm open if a board member has a different date, but until October 1, 2020.
Okay, well, we have a motion, so we're going to see if we have a second to that.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, say aye.
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 And chair votes, do I have any nays? And the chair votes with the motion. So the decision has been upheld, and Mr. Horowitz, you've been granted a stay of execution until October 1st. Good luck.
Thank you for your time today. Appreciate
All right.
it.
We are going to take a brief recess. To those people online, we'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes, okay? We getting everyone back? No, not everybody's back yet.
Back, Teresa, thank you.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mark?
Oh, I'm back. Thank you for a great time. Thank you.
I see Mike.
Tony was lit up there a second ago.
Yeah, there's Mike. I see Tom is coming back. Yep, there's Tony. I see Tony.
I'll be back in about 30 seconds.
And there's Randy. I'll just make sure the staff is back there, not pictured. So.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yep. I see Olafu. I see Shu. I see Zach.
We here.
That's good. Well, I mean, you guys keep your video off, and I appreciate that. Yeah. There's no reason to. I mean, you don't need to while you're not speaking. That's perfect. I just find this a little bit awkward because I feel like I'm looking in a mirror all day. So I find myself, it's bad.
And I am back too, Teresa.
Hi, Jamie. Sorry. You know your chair has a funny sense of humor. You guys are used to this. Okay. So is everybody back, Tom? No, Tom's not back yet. We have about three more continuances. Is that correct, Jamie or Shu? Who's keeping track?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I apologize.
Do we have about 3 continuances in here?
I believe there are more than that.
There's more than that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, are people here on those continuances? Or are all those going to be just staff driven? Because can we save those to the end and just take the cases that are still with pending testimony first? I'd like to save the continuances to the end if they're not, if the people aren't here.
Sure. Maybe we should give people a chance. If they're here to speak on a continuance, please raise your hand. I see one, Casey Homily, Jason Davey. I'm going to allow them to speak. Casey, I'm going to allow you to speak first. You can at least tell us what case you're here to speak on.
I think it's case, Mr. Homily, I think it's case docket number 7, case number 23 at 4701 Northeast Staley Road. Is that correct? I can't hear you, sir.
That is correct. Can you hear me?
Really lightly.
My headphone set may not be working correctly.
Okay, that's a little bit better. I
Is that
can hear
better?
you now.
Okay.
Okay, so you're just here on this continuance motion, correct?
Exactly, just the continuance, just showing my, participation.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and take this one and get it continued. I'm going to call case number 7. I'm sorry, docket number 17, case number 23. Is there anyone else online interested in this case? So raise your hand. And who's the staff person on this case?
Me.
All right, Shu, what's your recommendation?
Staff is in support to continue this case to July 14 without fee.
Okay, do I have? I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've also promoted Jason Davey. I apologize. I forgot to mute myself.
Okay, and is Mr. Davey interested in this case?
He is my
He had his hand raised.
I'm sorry, he's related to you, Mr. What'd you say?
Yeah, he's my representation.
Oh,
So
okay. All right. Okay.
Sorry, everyone. I don't know if everything's working now, but yeah, I'm Mr. Homiley's attorney on this case.
Oh, okay, Mr. Davies. All right. So no one's opposing this continuance. It doesn't sound like. Do I have a motion then to continue this case until July 14th without fee?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. I have a second.
Second.
A second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 This matter is continued to July 14th. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else present on a continuance? If not, I'm going to save those to the end. All right. Not hearing any others. Then I'm going to go back to docket number, I'm going to skip 10 and 11. Those are for continuances, correct?
That's correct.
Let's go to docket number 12. Case number 31. Is the applicant online? Ms.
Madam
Jensen?
Chair, Madam
Yes.
Chair, the next two cases are companion cases
Okay.
for a recently approved Staley Corners project. And the applicant has requested that both of these cases be continued to July 14th without fee as well.
Okay. Well, then there's more than I thought about. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's take dockets 12 and 13 since we've already called 12. That's case number 31 and 32. Is there anyone online on those cases?
I don't believe Ms. Jensen is
She's not
online.
Okay, yeah.
No.
So hearing no parties online, do I have a motion from the board to continue these two matters until when?
July 14.
Okay. Do I have a motion, Mr. Ebbets?
So moved, Chairman Otto. No fee on either item.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. These two matters have been continued. What about, then let's move to docket 14. Do we have the applicant here on that, which is case number 29? The street address is 6038 Wyandotte Street.
I have promoted David Joyner and Andrea Mulvaney. It looks like I also have a Virgil Larson on this case.
And Chairman Otto, can you call out docket number 14 and 15 together? These are neighboring properties and have very similar facts together. And they belong to one property owner.
Okay. I thought that's 15 and 16, not 14. Those are the next two, Shu. We're on 14. I think you're looking at 15 and 16.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
No, I get it. It's been a long afternoon.
I'm really trying to fast forward.
I know. The 5 o'clock hour is upon us and you all quit, but we're going to have to finish. So, okay. All right. Let's deal with 14, which is the 6038 Wyandotte. 1 minute. Let me get down to the page of the application. Okay, and so who do we have that's present? We have Andrea Mulvaney, I see, and who's with you, Ms. Mulvaney? I can't.
David Joyner.
Okay, are you?
Yes,
Okay,
And my husband, Ryan Mulvaney.
Ryan Mulvaney, okay, and are you all, you're all part of this, the applicant and the architect, is that correct, Mr. Joyner?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you both, all three of you, raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
We do.
Thank you. All right. And so for the record, we have David Joyner. For the court reporter, we have Andrea Mulvaney and Ryan Mulvaney. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else interested in this case online? Hearing none, my first question for the applicant and Mr. Joyner is any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits found on page 3 of the staff report, that number 1 through 8?
No objections.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 8 will be admitted. Among those, we have a PowerPoint presentation. Shu, when you're ready.
Right. This case in front of you is a variance request for a home addition. It is located in the District R6, which is Residential 6, and WHO-1, which is the Warner Homestead Overlay District 1. It is located in the Middletown for the general location. More specifically, it is located on the northwest corner of Wyandotte Street and west of 61st Street. The subject site is highlighted in yellow, and there is an existing house, single-family house located on the site. Again, it is located in the Warner Homestead Overlay District 1, and on the other side of Wyandotte Street, it is Warner Homestead Overlay District 6. So the land use around it are all single-family uses. Here's the view looking north from west of 61st Street. This is the existing house that's in a yellowish tone. And this is a view looking at the subject side from a different angle located on Wyandotte Street. The subject side has a front yard facing Wyandotte Street with a street side yard abutting 61st Street. So the rear yard will deem to be on the west side of the building. The applicant proposes to add an addition to the west side of the existing residence. The addition will be a 2-story addition, which has a 2-car garage located on the first floor and living room or bedroom or other uses on the top of the addition. The addition will be roughly around 600 square feet. The applicant also proposes the new patio behind the new addition, which is to the north side of the addition. And these are some floor plans of the addition. The one located on your left is a upper floor plan, which I mentioned they do have bedroom and playroom. And then on the right-hand side is where the garage is located on the first floor. The applicant did propose another curb cut from 61st Street to allow the driveway access to the new car garage. So on the right-hand side, which is on the north side of this new car garage, is the new patio that the applicant proposes. All the additions will be located in the rear yard. There are some elevations for you to consider. The one on top is south elevation, which is the one facing 61st Street, which is also their street side yard. Like I said, they will propose a new driveway access to this new car garage. They currently do have a driveway access from 61st Street to the existing car garage, which is located below ground level. And the elevation at bottom is the west elevation, which is the rear yard elevation. So there are some renderings that the applicant proposed. There's the car garage with the addition. Like I mentioned, there will be a 2-story addition to match the existing roof line. There's some other angles, and this is a northwest view angle perspective to look at the proposed new patio and the addition. So after staff reviewing the proposal, there are 2 variances that are requested in this application, and both of the variances are related to the base zoning code. They did comply with the Warner Homestead Overlays lot and building standards. The only thing they need is, 1, a variance to the rear yard setback to allow the attached garage to be built. The minimum rear yard setback for this property will be 30 feet. They're proposing a 9 feet rear yard setback to allow this addition to be built. So a variance amount of 21 feet is requested. Again, another variance is also related to rear yard setback, but it's for the patio. In our code, we do allow somewhat encroachment of the patio to the rear yard. However, they still need to maintain a minimum of 20 feet rear yard setback for a patio. The applicant is proposing a 6 feet, 8 inches rear yard setback for the patio. So a variance amount of 13 feet and 4 inches is requested. That shall conclude my presentation. And I believe the applicant provided sorry, one more thing. The applicant did provided a handwritten letter from their neighbor today. So I just put it over here. I'm not sure if you want to admit it as an exhibit.
This is Exhibit 9.
Correct.
Okay, this will be admitted as Exhibit 9.
Here. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. So I'm confused. Can you pull up the existing front of the existing house? Where's the front door to the new proposed house? So the
front door will still be off Wyandotte Street, which is on the east side of.
Okay.
And they do have.
Okay. So the front door. So where we're adding is here on 61st Street.
So yeah, we're adding to the west side over here.
All right, Mr. and Mrs. Mulvaney, have you spoken with the neighbors that live in the home to the west of your home on 61st Street?
Yes, we have, and they have written an email.
Has that been something that's been shared with the city staff so that we can mark it as an exhibit?
To my knowledge, it has been shared with the city staff. There was a request yesterday that they get that letter notarized. However, they are not currently at their residence. They're quarantined due to the pandemic.
So this letter has been emailed to staff.
No, this is not, but this Ms. Phelan is not that neighbor. Is that what I'm understanding?
Ms. Phelan is not that neighbor.
And who's the neighbor to the west?
Mr. and Mrs. Porto.
Oh, as in Tom Porter?
Tom Porto.
Okay. Sorry.
Sounds like you may know him.
Hopefully that's a good
After
thing.
all, I'm a lawyer and he's a lawyer. So I know his brother who's a lawyer too. Not that that's going to change my opinion, but I just wanted to know what their position is, because what you're proposing affects them the most.
Correct.
Okay.
I think our architect, David, is on. David, you shared the Porto's email with the city?
That's correct. When we received the email from Mr. Porto, he was very much in favor of the addition and gave us both thumbs up. And I shared that email with Zoo, but because it wasn't in a letter format, it was not able to be admitted.
Right.
But
that's okay. At this point, we've heard what your testimony is, so we will take that for what it's worth. I understand there was someone else online, a Mr. Larson, that's actually in support of this application. Is he online? And have you promoted him, Jamie?
Yes, he has been promoted, and I believe if he unmutes, he should be able to speak.
This is Barbara Larson, and my husband Virgil is here also.
Okay.
And we are the neighbors immediately to the north of the Mulvaneys, and so we would be number 2 in the impact area, and we are in support of the addition.
Okay, and Miss Larson, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And your prior testimony is under oath and accurate, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add to Mr. and Mrs. Larson?
No.
Okay. Thank
We're
you.
good.
All right. Board members, do you have any questions of the Mulvaneys, Mr. Joyner?
Madam Chair, I've got a motion if no one else does.
I hear no questions. Mr. Ebbets, I'll take your motion.
So in case number 29, I recommend the board approve their request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you, folks.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Shu, we can take 15 and 16 together. All right, so let's go to dockets 15 and 16. These are case numbers 35 and 34. The addresses are 907 East 39th Street and 901 East 39th Street. And I assume it's the same owner for both properties. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the owner is Maximilian Howell. I've just promoted him.
Okay. Mr. Howell, can you take off your mute, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot see you.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm on my wireless device.
Okay. All right. So that's fine. If I, Mr. Howell, can you take the oath with me? Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear? I see you now. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And I see Mr. Hallquist, Mr. Alan Hallquist. How are you, sir?
Fine. How are you?
I'm fine. And what is your interest in this case, sir?
I am president of the Neighborhood Association, speaking in opposition to part of the request for the variance.
Okay, fair enough. Let me go ahead and swear you in, Mr. Hallquist, so I have that done. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. We'll let you speak as soon as we've heard from the applicant. Is there anyone else interested in this case? I see a Ms. Taylor Butler.
Hi, yes.
Yes, and could you state your full name for the record, please?
Christine Taylor Butler. I am a Hyde Park resident. I live about 400 feet from that duplex.
And are you here in support or opposition?
I'm here in opposition.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in and we'll hear from you in a minute. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Did I miss any other interested parties on this case? I see Chris Koch just joined. Is that a staff member or is that an interested party?
Interested party, ma'am.
Okay, and Mr. Koch, would you state your full name for the record, please?
That's Christopher Koch.
And Koch, and would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And sir, are you here in support or opposition?
Opposition.
Okay, anyone else? Have I missed anybody? All right, 1 second. All right, Mr. Howell, have you had a chance to review the staff report that's connected to these two applications?
Yes, I have.
Okay. On the end of docket number 15, case 35, on that staff report, on page 3, we have 8 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon as we hear your case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so those 8 exhibits will be admitted. Then in docket number 16, case number 34, in that staff report, on page 3 of that report, there are also 8 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to those being admitted for today's case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, those 8 administrative exhibits will also be admitted. Shu, I believe you have a presentation by PowerPoint and some photographs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's hear from you first, then we'll hear from Mr. Howell, and then we'll hear from Mr. Hallquist and I've lost her, Ms. Taylor Butler, I believe is her name. Thank you.
So this case in front of you, these 2 cases, they're neighboring properties, and again, they're very similar in fact. They're located in the Midtown. More specifically, they're located to the southeast corner or to the south side of 39th Street in between Campbell Street to the west and Harrison Street to the east. Currently, both of these properties are zoned R5, and all the zonings around are R5 as well. Most of the residential buildings around these 2 properties are single family or apartments. Here's the view looking south at the subject sites from the 39th Street. Again, both of these buildings are colonnades and they do have front porch facing 39th Street. And this is a view looking east from 39th Street. And there are apartments right across the street from 39th Street. These are the site plans that the applicant had proposed. Currently, these two buildings are both of the duplex, and they're in conformity with the required lot area and the building setbacks. The applicant proposes to close the front porch for both of these buildings, which will increase the nonconformity of these two buildings. Therefore, they're requesting a variance for the lot area and the building setback. So these are the front elevation and side elevations of the building. It's very similar to the picture, and it's just to show indicating the walls and the windows where they're going to be placed of the building. These are the floor plans for these two buildings as well. They're in correspondence to the elevation plans. So there are 3 variances requested for each of the building. The first variance is for the building located to the east, which is the case number 35. The first variance is for the lot area, variance A. The minimum required lot area for 2 units in this zoning district, which is RF5, will be 10,000 square feet. The existing lot area is 4819 square feet. A variance amount of 5181 square feet is requested. The second variance is due to the front yard setback of the existing building. The minimum front yard setback at this location is 19.36 feet. They're proposing a 13 feet front yard setback. A variance amount of 6.36 feet is requested. The last variance for this property is the rear yard setback. A minimum of 19.36 feet is required at this property, and they're proposing a 10.7 feet rear yard setback. A variance amount of 8.66 feet is requested. And then let's move to the next building that's east of the former building. This building, the east building, also requires 3 variances, also requests 3 variances. The first one is also a lot area. Again, the minimum of 10,000 square feet is required for a duplex. And they're proposing, which is their existing lot area, is 5671 square feet. A variance amount of 4359 square feet is requested. The second variance, variance B, is for the front yard setback again. The minimum is still 19.36 feet. They're proposing a 13.2 feet. The variance amount of 6.16 feet is requested. The last variance, variance C, for this property is the rear yard setback. A minimum of 19.36 feet is required. They're proposing 11 feet. A variance amount of 8.36 feet is requested. Again, I just want to mention these 2 buildings, these 2 colonnades, they're already existing there for a while, and they are enclosing the front porch, which they're not really increasing the building frame, but they are increasing the building footprint according to our building code. Therefore, you're seeing these variances in front of you. And I do want to mention one more thing, that staff did received a lot of neighborhood objections through emails. And that shall conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Shu. Mr. Howell.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you trying to expand this to this many units?
Well, so basically, I think it's really semantics of the building code is why we're here and why I'm asking for the variance. What we're trying to do is basically take the existing building envelope and make that a little bit larger in terms of the square footage by just enclosing the front porches on the duplexes. So we're not adding any additional building width or anything like that. We're literally just enclosing the front porches to make it livable space. So we're not adding or augmenting the building size at all. We're just enclosing the front porches. I'm working on behalf of the owner on this project, who kind of started the rehab without knowing that a variance would be required with just closing in the envelope. So right now we have submitted the building plans for permit and have had one. I think we've got a final, I guess, discrepancy, one minor discrepancy that we have to ameliorate. But we believe that with that, we should be in a good spot. So we're just hoping that we can get this variance approved to enclose the existing building envelope.
Okay, in both of these buildings and both of these cases, you're trying to have, they're both duplexes. So there's 2 units in each.
Correct. They're top bottom duplexes, and right now the front porches were already kind of enclosed, but we're just making them living spaces. So there literally is no adjustment to the building envelope or building size other than making it conditioned space.
Okay, and have these buildings been vacant for some time?
Yes, the owner, I believe, bought them vacant and has completed or has plans to rehab them and get them rented and conforming with the allowed use of the duplexes.
Okay. All right, board members, do you understand what the applicant is asking? You have questions for him? I see no questions. Then I'd like to hear from the opposition. Mr. Hallquist, do you want to go first?
I will. I'm speaking on behalf of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association and the Board of Directors. Those 2 buildings, the photographs that you see are before photos. And they are historic buildings, the colonnade style with apartments on one floor and another one above it with open porches. I believe the second floors were screened in porches, but they were open, consistent with their original historic pattern. What you don't see is that the applicant went ahead and did the work and without permits, without permission, without seeking variances, and boxed in those 2 porches and put, I'll call them Home Depot basic small windows. And I started getting lots of complaints from the nearby neighbors like Ms. Taylor Butler and others. And reports were made to the city, which is what initiated the request for a variance. To the extent they need a lot area variance just to maintain its original use as a duplex, we would not have opposition to that. But to the extent they need setback variances so that they can box in the 2 front porches and add additional bedrooms to more people, the neighborhood opposes that. Campbell Street is our one entrance to what we call South Hyde Park between 39th and 47th. It's the one southward street. The other, Harrison, Charlotte, and Holmes come north or northbound. So basically, the construction that was done without a permit blights those 2 buildings. It violates the setbacks in an area that's otherwise consistent, and they're basically seeking spot zoning to do the work that they've already done without a permit. So the neighborhood adamantly opposes this. I've lived in the neighborhood for 39 years. This is the type of construction that projects like this have been deconverted over the years and returned back to their original use. And we have ridded the neighborhood of lots of remodeling projects like this. So this is an effort to revert back to what we used to see due to bad remodeling in the 60s. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hallquist. Any questions for Mr. Hallquist from the board? All right, Ms. Taylor Butler, what would you like to have the board hear? I can't hear you, ma'am. I'm sorry. You're still muted. You're still muted.
Christine, you're muted.
She's got it. She's got it. I can hear her now. Thank you, Mr. Hallquist. Go ahead.
I want to ditto what Alan says. I've lived within 300 to 400 feet of those buildings for the last 30 years. And I also have an under-over duplex at 3829 Campbell, which is in close proximity. I had to go to the BZA and the zoning board to ask for a variance when we downzoned the neighborhood because it's built in the 1920s. There's kind of an informal agreement that we try to keep the buildings the way they are. We recognize people are wanting to come in and remodel But the pattern has always been when someone comes into the Hyde Park area and wants to make a change, we get a notice first and we are allowed to comment first. I can say people have been living in that building before it was bought, so I don't know that it was vacant. I'm pretty sure it was not. The second is I'm concerned that the pictures and the photographs of the building are the ones before they rehab. They're quite old. That building is now boxed in, it's enclosed, it has shutters. I'm a former civil engineer, architecture major. It was not a good rehab, but it's all white. It looks nothing like the photos that are being presented to you. So I have to kind of reinforce what Alan Hallquist said is, this is do it first, ask permission after the fact. And when I looked at the files, it was clear that they were given a zoning violation or for doing work without a permit. So that's why so many neighbors are saying they're in opposition. They are very close in proximity to single family homes. The back of those buildings go right up against a residential house. And we already have a lot of congestion in that area. There's nothing in here that says we've increased the living space. How many people are they planning to rent to? So I would agree to the variance if they had kept the buildings the way they were. But the fact that they are increasing the living space and increasing the density, and then having done that information, knowing in advance, they didn't bother to look at the zoning, didn't look at the variance, didn't pull any permits. So the second question I'm going to ask is, what was all that work going on inside? I don't see permits for that either. So I'm opposed to investors coming into residential neighborhoods and then asking for zoning variances after they've already completed the work.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor Butler. Any questions from the board for Ms. Taylor Butler? All right, and then I think there was, let's see, who am I missing? Mr. Is it Koch, Christopher Koch?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. What would you like the board to hear?
Yes, I'm also a nearby resident. I live about 400 feet away. I'm on the 3900 block of Harrison Street, which is just east of these two properties. And I'm also the South Hyde Park representative for the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. And I do know that these properties were actually leased and rented up until July of last year, which is when the ownership changed, and they were all renting for, I believe, around $1,000 a month. The reason I know is because I actually had a communication with one of the residents for other issues related to the neighborhood. So the fact that the statement made of these not being leased or that they weren't leasable is not actually true. I know all 4 units were leased. And I would just echo the same statements that Christine and Alan mentioned. I'm in full agreement with everything they've said. I won't take any more time with that, but that's all I have to add.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Howell, this extra space that you're trying to gain by boxing in the porches, what type of living space is that going to be? Sir, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Oh, I apologize. It's not going to be an additional bedroom, so we're not increasing the density at all. It's just adding the total square footage, extending the living room to that area. That's it. More conditioned space that will allow for the increased values that the owner is trying to accomplish.
Oh, okay.
I would like to recognize that they are correct in terms of, excuse me. Oh, no, sorry about that. No, I had another call. In terms of the project initially being kind of started without getting the variance, I think it was just the previous owner. I was engaged after the fact. So once my engagement occurred, that's when we actually decided to go with the variance and do things to be in conformance. In terms of, anything else that's kind of just additional living space, we don't believe that it really affects anything in terms of the looks and aesthetics. One of the things that we were very cognizant of is and are aware of is the Kansas City's and the city's historic designation of certain areas and certain buildings. This building, however, I understand the neighborhoods, I guess want and desire to keep buildings in conformance with the historic fields that they have. But we are under the impression that that designation is something that is required by, the city in order to actually have that maintained to a historic standard. So again, no historic designations or anything like that were identified on these properties. And so that's why we are requesting a variance.
Okay, thank you. For the board's clarification, Mr. Hallquist, I'm just going to go back to you since you represent sort of the overall organization in the neighborhood. You're not opposed to the square foot variance. And we have a front yard and a rear yard variance that's being asked for. If I'm understanding the request, just so the board understands this, are you also opposing the rear yard variance?
Yes.
Okay, and why? Just so that I have an understanding of that.
Well, just the staff report was confusing to me on that. It says the applicant proposes to close in the porch and needs I don't know, there were two setback requirements, 13 feet and 10.7 feet on case 35, 11 feet. I wasn't clear on.
Oh, okay, so let me ask.
The opposition, though, I think they've done work without a permit in back too, as I understand. But in particular, the front boxing in of the colonnade open porches is. So
that's what I'm clarifying, Mr. Hallquist, because what I've heard from you and Ms. Taylor Butler and Mr. Koch was primarily the front of the buildings. And so I wanted to understand if you had an objection to the rear that wasn't really addressed. So the board was understanding. Yes, Ms. Taylor Butler. If you can unmute yourself again.
Oh, I have the echo. Yes, when I was reading the report online, they also put that back addition on without a permit. So it is literally right on the lot line. The problem is that the single family house behind it to the south of it is also very close to the lot line. So they were not thinking about being, good neighbors. We're not sitting here trying to say, wait, we don't like the way the house looks, or what we're saying is we're objecting to the fact that they not only did the work without permission, they continued to do the work even after the staff identified they were out of compliance. And the presentation today is showing you pre-rehab pictures. The owners didn't have the courtesy to bring you pictures of what that house looks like front and back now.
Okay. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the neighbors that are here in opposition?
I guess I have a hard time understanding the request without seeing the photos of what they've done. I can understand that, things being boxed in, but I'm having a hard time picturing what the actual addition is in the back and how in the front. And I'm also concerned with the egress on that porch, how they're enclosing that space and how both duplexes access that space and how you come in and out of that building safely. I mean, I just don't see that in what we've been presented.
It would be the applicant's burden to show us that. And Mr. Howell, you have no photographs that you can offer us today, correct?
We have the plans that were shown are exactly how the building is going to be. So literally it looks identical to the plans that were submitted for the building permit. To the previous comment in terms of means of egress, all of those are being covered by the building permit that is also required for this addition. So this addition, and there's only one addition in the front, and I really don't like the terminology of addition because all we're doing is enclosing the building, and that's only happening in the front. There's no addition in the back. We are simply enclosing the front porches. That's it. So there's no additions or anything like that, and all of the egress and safety issues are covered in the building permit that we are I guess, 1 point away from obtaining. So
Mr.
we
Ho,
have.
I do have a question on these plans. I don't see any doors. So I'm not understanding how you're accessing this enclosed porch. Is this a separate space from the rest of the building?
So that, no, it's not. It's so like, just like a standard porch. If you go out to the porch, you go from the doorway into the porch, in and out. This is not an addition or anything separate. So the entrance into the enclosed porch has not changed from when it was built originally in terms of accessing the front porch. So it's the same. No doorways or anything like that have been changed or anything like that. The entry and ways to go in and out of the front porch have not changed from the moment that I'm assuming that it was originally constructed.
So if this porch is enclosed, it doesn't have a separate door?
No,
It's not
there's
100%
no separate,
enclosed?
there's no separate doorways or anything like that. Literally, we're just adding 3 walls to an existing porch. That's it. And because we're adding 3 walls, the code says that it is now living space, which makes it 6.8 feet greater than the allowable use. So because it is 6.8 feet, that we're here to get a variance for 6.8 feet that will allow us to literally just put the 3 walls up that have already been put up to enclose it. That's it. So
And then that's my question. With those 3 walls, one of those will need a door to get into said space unless you've punched an additional opening on the existing north face of that brick wall.
So let me I apologize for not speaking clearly. So let's just say that the enclosure wasn't there. People could access the front porch from their living spaces. The only entry into the buildings were from the because they were screened in porches, was from the inside of the building, which I think everybody accesses the building from the rear. So there was never any, these were porches that had like the kind of, I guess, brick around the fronts. And then on the second story, obviously there wasn't, stairs in the front of the building that would allow them to enter from the front of the building. So the entrance into the enclosure hasn't changed. And I guess the main point being, previously there wasn't entry from those points either. That makes sense.
So if I understand it correctly, Mr. Howell, so for the first floor where you do have the 2 units entry doors, you're gonna leave them open. Your proposed wall will be going from like east of the existing doors. So literally they will still access from 39th Street to the existing doors from the outer side. And then exist in the front porch from the inside. And then exist this enclosed porch from the inside. So theoretically, you're just partially enclosing the first floor's front porch. Is that correct?
Correct. We're not changing any entrances or anything like that. That was my biggest point, that we have not made any changes from that perspective.
But my question is then, so I'm looking on Google Maps here, and there's a window where that porch is. Did you make that a door to be able to access this porch space if there are 3 walls around the porch? I understand that both entrances to the duplex, the 2 red doors that I'm seeing in the imagery, that you can still gain access to those. But I'm wondering if you've already basically put a hole in this north wall to then access this porch space where there's currently showing a window.
Mr. Howell, can you answer the question?
He's on mute.
So can you repeat that? So it was, I'm kind of, I guess, not understanding the question.
And maybe I'm the one that's misunderstanding if the rest of the board members are understanding how this is working. But since I'm not seeing a plan, I'm trying to look at this zoomed in here. So these openings here, you have made a door into the existing facade of the building.
On the first floor, yes.
Yes, that was my question. I was
on the first floor. On the first floor, you did have entrance to the patios. That doesn't change. Just like the second floor, you didn't have entry into the front enclosure. That's not changing. So we haven't changed any of the entrance or entries or anything like that. So means of egress, entrances into and out of the building have not changed. That's my, I guess, point, that, you know, we haven't made any changes from that perspective.
Correct. And I understand that. My question is your access point to the porch. Did you remove one of these? I'm looking at this, kind of like removing the masonry basically to add an opening.
No, we did not do that. It's what that was the existing layout.
Okay, I don't see an existing door when I go on Google Maps. I just see a window. So that's where my confusion lies.
I'm not, you know, I guess, you know, I don't know. We're building it to the plans. The plans are getting permanent as been shown and approved by the city. And that's what we will be building, that, you know, will be in conformance with the building permit.
Okay. Ms. Mixdorf, I think the answer is the best he can do based on what we have.
Yep, I agree.
All right, any other questions? All right, hearing no other questions.
On Ms. Otto.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ebbets, I didn't see you raise your hand. Go ahead.
Mr. Howell, Mark Ebbets. Who's the owner of the building? You said you're representing the owner?
Mr. Howell,
The owner is, I'm not sure what it's a company entity, and the individual owner is, they've got, you know, it's a company that owns it. Alex Moran is my contact, but I'm not sure how the ownership is laid out or anything like that. I haven't, you know.
And Mr. Howell, is Mr. Moran in Kansas City, or is he an out-of-town owner?
He's an out-of-town owner. He does have deep roots in Kansas City. He's from here. He went to school here, and his family still lives here. So, you know, right now he's living outside of Kansas City, but I believe he had plans to move back. Like I say, he was a Rockhurst high school grad with deep roots in the Kansas City area. And, you know, we actually went to high school together. I know that he has, you know, plans to move back in the area, but you know, at this point, I mean, I don't know specifically, other than what I've just said.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
I did have a question. Each building, as I'm understanding it, requires 3 variances. Are any of the 3 variances required, but not triggered by the proposed construction?
I don't believe so. The square foot shoe.
So all these variances, my understanding, I know there's a little ambiguity for the rear yard work where they put a deck on it, but the deck isn't really counted as the building footprint. That's my understanding. And so this case, they do have a pending permit on it. And I believe they did do a work without permit to the back of the building. However, that information is not disclosed by the permit division about what the picture looked like really. So I don't really see the plan. But my understanding is whatever the work they did at the back doesn't really increase the building footprint. Whatever they're doing here at the front porch is what triggers the variance over here. And none of these variances are required if they're not enclosing these porch. These buildings are just the non-conforming buildings. And they're not really enlarging the non-conformity other than the front porch.
So
So Zoo, only because they're doing construction, they need the square foot zone variance, excuse me.
Right.
Okay. Tom,
Otherwise, we would indicate them to apply for legal non-conforming certificate.
With that clarification, the neighborhood would oppose requests for all 3 variances for each building.
Oh, okay, all right.
Basically, that is like a bundle for the non-conforming situation for these.
I think we understand. Mr. Stiller, we interrupted you. Did you get all your questions answered?
Yep. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay.
Could I point out one thing? I took pictures of that building when we were going through the property tax, and I wanted to show you what that porch looked like close up before it was enclosed, where he talks about they were doors, they were windows. They were windows. So I want to say, if we're going to apply for variances, could we at least tell the truth about the building that you're rehabbing? I took pictures because I needed them for my comps. There's a small window and a big window, and you access that porch from the outside. So to come back and say there were always doors there coming from the living room is not true. So I oppose it just because they won't show you pictures and they won't tell you the truth about what that egress was before they started enclosing the building.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board members? Hearing none. Shu, would you stop sharing your thing so I can see everybody's face again so I can take a vote? It's hard for me to tell what the board members do if I can't see them. Thank you.
Sure.
It's okay. Do I have a motion on this case?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
can we make a motion on both 34 and 35 at the same time? Okay, so I move.
Well, let's do separate ones. It's cleaner that way.
Yeah, I guess the variances are slightly different. So
Yeah, that's why I think I would do it so it's cleaner. So I'd take a motion in docket number 15 first.
is that case number 34?
35.
Case number 35. I move that that the board deny the request for the variances, 3 listed variances.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Board votes with the motion. The request is denied. Then may I have a motion in docket number 16, case number 34?
Madam Chair, case 34, I move
Yes.
that the board deny the 3 requested variances.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is denied. Thank you all very much. All right, I think we have 2 more cases and 2 more continuances. Am I correct? Are dockets 18 and 19 connected in any way, or they're just here with the same engineering firm?
They're with the same engineering firm. They're not connected.
Okay, so let's go to number 18 then. Docket number 18, case number 12, with an address of 5815 Northeast 48th Street. Is the applicant online? And if so, please raise your hand so we can add you.
Brian,
Yes, I have just promoted Brian Hochstein.
thank you.
Brian, I see you. I see you square up there. I see you, and you're muted. Could you take off your mute, please? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else online who's interested in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No one else? Okay. Mr. Hochstein, can you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Ms. Otto, sorry, I actually just promoted a Jeff Vandal.
Okay. Is Mr. Vandal, I can see a square. I can't hear you or see you. I see you and I can hear you. Are you with the applicant? Or are you here in opposition?
I'm with the applicant, with the North Kansas City School District.
Okay, so you're an employee of the school district?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So let's do this. Mr. Hochstein and Mr. Vandal, would you please both raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report connected to this application?
I have, yes.
Okay. Do you have any objections to my admitting the administrative exhibits found on page 5 of that report, that number 1 through 8?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 8 will be admitted. Olafu, you have your PowerPoint presentation. Why don't you begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try to plow through this. The first case, which is SUP 001-00012, is a request for a special use permit, and this is located in the north line where my arrow is pointing. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing. Sorry.
It's been a long day. You're doing fine.
As soon as I started going, I said, okay, now, all right. Jamie, can you allow me to share?
Yes, hold on, let me work on it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I just took off.
That's because it's after 5 and everyone wants to go do other things, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, this will be really, really quick, and I'll go through them quick. So if you have questions, stop me, but it's a straight request and it went really easy with Plan Commission.
Oh,
All
try
right.
now. I've made you a co-host. It should work.
Thank you.
It's working.
All right. Again, this is located in the Northland where my arrow is pointing. It's actually Winnetonka High School. So it's just located on Northeast 48th Street between I-35 on the west and I-435 on the east. This is the site with walls of one just to the west of 435. Again, Winnetonka High School. Now just go straight to the request and the slide that shows it. This is the existing school, existing field, football field. Property is zoned R6. And I'll just go. The school is requesting renovation to both the existing facility, the existing school and their weight rooms, and also to propose a stadium upgrade. And the stadium upgrade just include just updating the tracks, a new press box, stadium seating for 2,500 seats, and then a new scoreboard, and then with a entry and pavilion area that allows for ticketing and restrooms. So I'll go through the pictures. This is a picture of the proposed grandstand or the stadium seating. Again, the stadium seating is proposed at this location with the ticketing and the pavilion just at the parking lot area. This is what that will look like. This is again the pavilion, close-up picture of the pavilion. And this went to City Plan Commission on May 19. Recommendation was for approval subject to the 9 conditions, and staff's recommendation was for approval also. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, do you agree with the 9 conditions in the staff report?
Yes, we've gone through them with staff, and so we agree with everything we've negotiated through the process. Yeah.
Okay. Does the board understand this request or have any questions for the applicant or of Olufu? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 23, I recommend the application be granted in accordance with staff report and subject to all conditions contained therein.
I'm going to correct you. It's case number 12.
12.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Case
No,
number,
that's okay. Yeah, that one was a continuance. 23 was a continuance, Mike. All right, so your motion is as stated, except for it's in case number 12, correct?
correct.
All right, do I have a motion to that, do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Okay, then let's move on to docket number 19.
The next item is docket item number 19. This is also a request for a special use permit. And in this case, this is for Oak Park High School, located in the Northland where my arrow is pointing, partially within.
Yeah, Olufu, one moment. I need to have the exhibits admitted in this case. I don't think I did that yet because, okay, so then on docket number 19, case number 13, with a street address of 825 Northeast 79th Terrace. And Mr. Hochstein, you're here on this case, correct?
Yes.
And you're still under oath.
Yes.
Is there anyone online interested in this case that has not been recognized? If so, raise your hand. I hear no other interested parties present. Mr. Hochstein, have you reviewed the staff report, and do you have any objection to my admission to administrative exhibits 1 through 8?
No, we don't.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 8 are admitted. And Olufu, now you may present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this next case is located partially within the city of Gladstone and city of Kansas City, where my arrow is pointing. Again, this is Oak Park High School, just within the area in the Northland, just north of Oak Grove Park in Gladstone. There's the city line, and this is Oak Grove Park, Gladstone, Missouri, and this is the school. Same as the prior case, they are requesting an upgrade to the stadium, renovating the stadium to hold the same number of people, about 2,500, and they're building a small addition to the school. Again, this is a view of the school looking north. They recently just constructed a sidewalk in the school, which just got done, I think, a week or two ago. Again, it's zoned R80, and the reason it's SUP is the schools and large scale civic buildings and are allowed in residential districts subject to a special use permit, which is why it's for you. Again, this is the proposed site plan. And in this case, they will be doing the same renovation, media center, new south entry. They will have 2 entries as opposed to the Winnetonka. They have one within Gladstone, which is coming off the park into the stadium, and also one on the site. And they're doing a 2-story addition to the building at this location that will house locker rooms, coach's office, and weight room. So this is the proposed addition. This is the location of the proposed addition, and a new entryway also for the school. This is the new entryway, and the addition is on the bottom part showing the proposed addition, currently showing 1 story, but we will be permitting them for 2 stories with this SUP. The proposed grandstand and the rest of the entry, the pavilion will go at the location where my arrow is pointing, and that's what it will look like. This also went to City Plan Commission on May 19th, and recommendation was for approval subject to the 10 conditions. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Olufu. Mr. Hochstein, any objections to the 10 conditions?
No, pretty much same reply as last time. We negotiated things with the staff, and I think we've come to a good place. So.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions from the board members? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 13, I move that the application be granted in accordance with the staff report and site plan and subject to all conditions contained therein.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank
and I
you.
believe that concludes all of our active cases that we have testimony on, but we have 2 more cases we need to take up for continuances that I held. Let's go back to docket number 10, case number 16, with an address of 125 East 31st Street. There's no one online for this case, I understand. Is that correct? Just a staff person to tell us the continuance request?
Just staff, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. There's no one actually, there's only one person left in attendance. It's Christine Taylor Butler from the previous case.
Okay, all right. Olufu, what's the request?
Staff's recommendation is for continuance to July 14th. This was not heard by CPC at the last meeting, so it's to allow CPC's recommendation.
So no fee, correct?
No fee, without fee.
Do I have a motion to continue this case to July 14th without fee?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to the 14th without fee. And finally, we have docket number 11, case number 8, with a street address of 5619 Northeast 51st Street. Again, Olafu, is this your case?
This is
This is
Oh, this
Patty.
is
No.
Patty. Oh, hi, Patty. Go
Hello.
ahead.
So my cat has been banished from the computer area. For unmuting me earlier. This case also has to be continued. The City Plan Commission adjourned at 4 p.m. last week, so they were not able to hear this.
Okay, so same thing, Patty, to July 14th without fee.
That is correct.
Okay, do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and this matter is also continued to July 14th without fee. I believe, unless I am mistaken, we have concluded our business for today's meeting. Hearing nothing further, thank you all very much. I will see you again in Zoom mode in about a month.
Perfect. Thank
Good.
you.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.